Good day and good evening, because that's the time where I am, and welcome to Smol Caetsu Sidequest, where you will see me, Caetsu Chaiji, playing on my alt, Smol Caetsu, where we will be leveling Dark Knight tonight. And that's basically it. That's basically it. I think we will also be doing the one more step of the near quest line, or the post quest line. Because that one is like a weekly thing we've been working on. I don't know how many steps there are left, but feels like it has to be soon that it is over. Does anyone remember how many steps there are to it? Because I feel like when we started on that, someone said, oh, there's like 5 weeks of quests. But I'm pretty sure that this next one will be either week 5 or 6. Depending on how you view it. With that said, hey Goslin, hey Siren, hope you're both doing very well. And hey BSR, hope you're doing well as well. Oh right, we also need to clear inventory. Hey Rust, I hope you are doing well. Oh, was a level up? Do we have any gear upgrades then? No? Yes. 1. Hey Yaradel, hope you're doing well. Wait. Yes, it was a ring. Hey Bob, hope you're doing well. Assign this and this and this. Have these dropped in? Yes, of course they have. The price drop. I had a feeling that those won't be very valuable. Right, inventory cleanup. Just in other words, hand a bunch of. Are we in the Crystarium? Apparently we are. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. Prepare for trouble. We should. Well, we most efficient with our teleporting. We should be doing first the near quest, then figure out cleaning this, and then we do roulettes. So, well, thank you. Also, I am sorry if my voice sounds weird, or I have a little bit of day 7 of a cold. Woohoo! That eventually manifested as a weird voice. Sure. And, the decisive dwarf. It's you again. Thanks to you, we've now got a good lot of automata helping us out, but we could still do with more. If you're not too busy, do you think you could retrieve another Ironbeard for us? Rest assured, you won't be doing it alone this time. I'm going to retrieve one too. When we're done, let's meet back here. Happy deactivating. Thanks. Right, so everyone remember, don't kill it. Also, I should switch to a max level job for this. Remember, we need it alive. I wonder how alive we need it. This alive. Yeah, either below 50 or below 35, it seemed like. That tends to be the cutoff point. Most of the time. Whew, it was rough going even with your example, but I managed to shut down an automaton in the end. How about you? Yes. Looks like you changed your outfit. Great, with these 2 additional units on duty, I'll be able to spend more time I'll be able to spend more time doing things that automata can't do for the rebuilding. Yes, that's it. Like drinking, for example. Thanks to you, I've found something that I can do for Comra, but as helpful as you are, it wouldn't do to rely on you forever. No, from this point on, I want to make sure I can get by on my own when the time comes. There might be others who could use a hand though, so you ought to talk to the chief. Thanks again, and be seeing you. Do the chief talk again, of course. Have we finally done it? Hey Levin, hope you're doing well.
Lolly, we've done it, ho, Caetsu. We've restored Comra to the way it was. This calls for grog. Lots of it.
Don't mind my clipping hair.
Ah, but before I drink myself silly, I should put this in surer hands. It's another recording device from Connacht. After all this time, we still don't know where the lad is, but I hope he'll return soon so I can marvel at the fine work we've done with our village. And speaking of returning, could you come with me, Caetsu? There's something else I want to tell you.
Let's walk over here now. Hey Michael, hope you're doing well.
Some days ago, Glag suddenly vanished from the village. I rounded up a crew of my miners, and together we set out to find him. His trail led us deep into the machine space inside the crater, to the place where we encountered that strange white orb. It was there that we found Glag, lying face down and unmoving. We rushed to his aid, but before we could so much as roll him over, he got up and proceeded to walk off in the direction of the village, as if we weren't there, as if nothing had happened. Since then, Glag's been back to his normal self, as far as anyone can tell at any rate. We've no idea what brought on those bursts of strange behavior. Perhaps the man just had too much to drink. Perhaps it was something else. But whatever it was, we've decided to keep things quiet and leave well enough alone. You're one of the few privy to the situation, so I thought I should let you know how it ended. I also want to thank you again. You truly have a beard of gold, Caetsu. And we wouldn't have been able to rebuild our village without you. The way I see it, this place is as much your home as it is ours. So, no matter where you go, know that there'll always be a tankard of ale waiting here for you. I'll hold you to that.
You obtain a message from Connacht. Another message. Woohoo! Why do I hear boss music? What about candy? Yeah, indeed. Is that an option? Is that something that we could have instead?
For as long as I can remember, it's been just the two of us. Hardly anyone even bothered to be kind to us, but we always had each other. When I was with Anarch, there was nothing to fear. What my sister wanted most was to get revenge on the world that had done this to us. I can't accept that the world got her first. I won't.
That is concerning. We will finish this up in a little bit, Michael. I mean, most of these quests, there's like not that much that happens, I guess. But there is a big finale. I wonder if this is this. We'll get back to the Dark Knight leveling very shortly.
Lolly, I can't thank you enough, Ho. Comrade's looking like its old self again. Better, if we're honest. You can see that for yourself, though, so let me tell you something you don't know. I hear that automata of Dwarven make. Have been spotted about Eelmore of late. Signature frog motive and all. Now, where would those city folk have gotten their hands on artisanry like that? We certainly haven't been peddling them to outsiders, you aside. I can think of one dwarf who might be, though. One with the right skills and little else to his name. Oh? If it is Connacht, well, I have a lot to say to him. I'm sorry, for starters. And it'd be nice if you could see how far we've come. The newcomer. I like to think he'd be happy here. Anyway, seeing as you're the worldly sort, I doubt you'll have too much trouble picking up his trail in Eelmore. Let me know what you find.
Villain backstory unlocked. I could just imagine that as like, you know, one of those like golden letters popping up over the screen. Villain backstory unlocked. Broom. You can now access Connacht's villain backstory in the portable archive. To find it, open your collections menu. I've got gold, I've got jewels, I've got gold-plated jewels. That's excessive. Not interested in my wares. Pity. I did see a dwarf in black, though, yes. Odd little fellow. Came selling one of those Gog contraptions. Not quite to my personal tastes, but a rare find to be sure. He placed an order as well, paid in advance. Say, if you're looking for the chap anyway, would you save me some time and take it to him? He mentioned that he was sleeping down in the Dolex. Odd lad, as I said. But I'm not sure how familiar you are. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the place, but fortunately he drew a map to his preferred hovel. That is not a map. That is absolutely not how a map looks. Pretty sure that was just like a light novel or something.
If anyone asks where I am, just hand them this. It's my new fanfic. Wait just a little longer, Anarch. With the machine's technology, I can bring you back. I will. I'll make it work. I will. I will. I can't. I can't. I'm not good enough. Never good enough. I can't.
Am I just standing outside while all this is happening? I'll just let him figure that out.
Anok, can't do this. Can't live in a world without you. I just can't. You're such a crybaby. Anok? Well, suffice it to say that I'm back, thanks to your hard work and my innate genius, of course. Anok, I have nowhere to go. I'm all alone. That was before. You have me now. Again. And don't you dare say we have nowhere to go. There's a whole world waiting for us, Connacht.
I would like to talk to you about your Alien Sphere's extended warranty. Oh yeah, I do remember this. There's those percentages. But every data center? Yep. It's actually pretty wild. It seems like an average of like 65, 35. Like sometimes a little bit more, but 65, 35 seems to be close. But it is interesting that there is this like slight... There's actually a significant difference there. There's pretty consistently 32. Huh. Also more on Primal, apparently. How about Chaos? Even more towards Anok. Was Anok the one who said, be careful? Was Anok the one who said to go crazy? What was it they offered? Can't quite remember what the choice was. But I do recall that one of them was more reckless in that situation. The other one was less reckless. The E end. Anok is the aggressive one. I feel like, didn't we on Smolka, I'm pretty sure we chose Connaught? VX says there are some servers missing. Light Raiden wasn't there. Any idea why? I can tell you why. That server didn't exist at the time of this quest. That is why. So I'm guessing at some point they just decided to stop tracking. Like at some point they just decided that people have done it. Or maybe it would just be really weird with the numbers after a certain amount of time. That is my best guess. And if they cut off at some point and said, okay, we stop tracking now, it would make sense that Alpha and Raiden, for example, wouldn't be on the list. I'm pretty sure Alpha didn't exist then either. In the cutscene showing their history, Anok was the cautious one, but the options you were given were opposite. Oh yeah, because when something happened, Konok became a lot more cautious, and then Anok was replaced with a much more reckless one, right? But yeah, it is weird that it was that consistent. Lali, don't keep me in suspense. Oh, did you find Konok? You were right that he was in Yulmore, but now... That's disappointing. Still, I appreciate you letting me know all the same. What's that you have there? Some kind of fancy maid? Konok, but what's it for? Aside from the obvious, I mean. Well, Konok is probably not coming home. And I don't think he cares about anything he left there. I think he'd appreciate it if you passed it on to the woman who was injured. I will. I only wish things hadn't turned out like this. What happened to the village was bad enough, but then everyone was at each other's throats, and Arnog and Konok were gone. Don't even get me started on the Glag debacle. I keep turning it all over in my mind, and I see nothing but the mistakes we made. And I wonder, how can any one of us be sure that we won't make a mess of things again? Maybe we can't. Maybe we just try to remember, every single day, how bloody wrong we probably are, and... we learn to live with that. Maybe that's the only answer we get. Gazel says, I know, but wasn't sure if I could mention that part. That's fair. Not being too spoiler heavy if you're not sure makes very good sense. Right. Clear inventory in New Gridania. But yeah, exactly. They flipped. But I do think it is a little interesting that there's a heavy preference to take the reckless approach. But I do wonder, because it's quite easy to influence your answer by accident. Especially when a lot of people probably just mashed through the dialogue. By that I mean that that a lot of people probably just mashed through, and then when they were given a choice, if Anok was the person you spoke with just moments ago, they would probably just default to talking with Anok again, and then when it's like, you do know this is actually a choice you're making, right? They'd just be like, whatever, I don't care, and just click. Which means that there could be a reason that, like, a really dumb reason why there is an emphasis on Anok rather than Konok. And it can be difficult to avoid these kinds of things. Because how would you avoid people just defaulting to one of them in such a situation? How would you do that? Like, maybe if you had like an NPC a good few steps ahead of them that took the dialogue before that, and then they both step forward and like spread apart, so that you have to choose to approach one of them. Like maybe something like that would do it. But that also sounds like the whole point of that particular conversation is like they're saying, oh, it will affect the story a little bit in something later, but they don't want it to sound so meaningful that you pay attention, like close attention to what is happening. Like it should be important enough that you go, oh, they actually care about my choice here, but not so important that you're focused on what choice you made, because that would make it weird. And I don't think that's what they wanted. I'm pretty sure they wanted it to be the case that when the choices people made appeared, most people were like, oh, they tracked it for this, huh? And if they had made a huge point of making sure that you were making a choice, it would be very difficult to avoid making that very clear. Make the quest into a cutscene so that you get out of the cutscene without a target. They could do that as well. They could also, like, another way they could do it, which would make sure there would only be people that might have cared about their choice, would be to, like, make it, you know, a 3-choice thing in a cutscene, so that you had to choose between one of them, but then the default choice was just I'm just going to Gold Sword to get rid of this this card I have. So that the default choice is I don't care, and then it just does something else. So that there would be a percentage of people who chose Anarch, a percentage of people that chose Connacht, and then probably a massive amount of players that didn't care at all, which would maybe just either not be counted at all, or would just remove the those counts from the list, which might lead to a more interesting result. But then again, maybe the result that we got is the result that they wanted. That this particular discussion that, hey, well, I mean, there might be there might be other reasons why there is a heavy emphasis on Anarch. It could be that people just prefer Anarch's choice. It could also be that there's a large percentage of people that didn't care either way. I could also queue for it, that is true. But Gazel, I am in a full party right now. And also, I don't think I've unlocked it. The card battle system. So I think it was just the easier way to just walk. How many red-headed twins are there? There's these guys, the underwater Aura City, or Aura City girls. The Nier reference. I don't know. I have not played Nier, so I wouldn't know, but is there anything that would suggest that Anarch and Connacht has some sort of reference to Nier in them? And yeah, exactly, Gazel. It would be quite interesting if it turned out that the reason why there's like 66 or so and 33 or so, like 65, 60, 35, right? It would be quite interesting if there was a don't care option, that like 30% of those 65 would just land over there. That would be a quite hilarious observation. The only reason I become aware of this is because I find it surprising that this many players would prefer Anarch over Connacht. But I mean, maybe it's like the type of player that plays Final Fantasy XIV. Michael says redhead twins is quite a big Nier reference if it is intentional, but it could just be a total coincidence. Well, let's be sure. Let's be real here. the person who made Nier was a huge part in making the raids, right? What's it? His name's Yokotaro, right? So, if it could be a huge reference, if intentional, then I'm like almost 100% sure that it would have been intentional. In. Right. Yokotaro. Is it Yokotaro? Yokotaro. Anyway, we got that done. So next we're looking at some roulettes. Given that we have 8 people here, it makes way better sense to start with the 8-man stuff. I'm assuming that everyone wants to come. Oh right, there's the Moogle thing. I don't think we'll be doing much of the Moogle event on Smol Kai, but there's no reason to not pick up the Mogpendium just in case. Running with an umbrella. Sprinting with an umbrella. Mogpendium get. No thanks. I know how it works. Collection. There we go. Inundation. Aha. Not the most likely one for us to land in randomly. Right. So, Trials roulette first. I'm not in Connacht for sure, but the Red Princess order in Stormblood is likely. Yeah, that one would be a coincidence. I was specifically thinking I was thinking of the Lalas, but yeah, in regards to 11's question, any other red-headed twins might be just a coincidence. Boom. What are we getting? I'm thinking Titan hard. Titan hard. Well, at least I got the ARR part right. I at least got the correct expansion. That is Titan, isn't it? You've lost some weight. Changed your favorite color? Did you cut your hair? No, actually, I think you let your hair grow out. Is that it? you did something. I can't quite put my finger on it. You've done something. I'm colorblind and short-sighted, that's Titan. Ow! Bonk! Elf Stomp! Gazel says almost used fight or flight. Yeah, I was also just like, nope, don't use blood weapon. Wait, she's gonna do it. Wait. Got engaged as well. Yes, this was basically Titan, right? Basically Titan. There's also an intermission where you couldn't attack him. Oh, Gazel reached 90 with Paladin in that one. Nice. Now you get to have the blades. Eleven says, my weekly challenge for Mocpendium is Hidden Gorge. Wait, you can't do that on free trial, can you? Landslides are a bit sharper. There's also no edge. I'm pretty sure you can't do PvP on a free trial. That's a bit mean. That's a bit mean. I will say that's unfair that you can get that one. But I guess it's just that they don't check. Like, the counterpoint is, of course, well, you could just, like, if it's that important, you could just buy the game and all that. But I do think that that's a bit mean. That they give that they give you a task that you literally can't do. But I think there's also the equal opportunity that someone who's, like, in Heaven's Ward in the MSQ could just get, like, oh yeah, your weekly task is question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. And then as you progress, you discover that, like, maybe in hindsight, that, oh, it was Eaton's Gate Inundation, but you hadn't unlocked it. So if you had just rushed through all of Heavensward, all of Stormblood, and all of Shadowbringers, and then rushed through Eaton's Gate specifically, then you would have been able to do it. But, too bad. So, I mean, I guess there's that reason. I also talked about that, I believe, Tuesday, when we were specifically discussing this event, that it isn't really that unfair if they give you a task that you can't do, because if there's a task you can't do because you haven't unlocked it yet, then this event isn't necessarily targeting you. What I mean by that is that these mock tome events are usually added to, like, play for time, while there's a drought in content. Like, they give you something to do. But if you have all that content, like, you're like, I can't do my weekly because I haven't unlocked it, then the counter to that is, okay, then you don't need this event. You have plenty of stuff to do, like, for example, unlocking this task. But if you are on the free trial, then it is a little meaner that it goes, oh, well, you got a PvP task. Like, I can see that one being a little harsh. And yeah, Wondrous Tales does the same. If you have a level 90 job, then it will give you, like, then anything's on the table. It'll straight up tell you to do the extreme version of the second trial of Endwalker. And I'm specifically being vague about that because we all know how spoilery that is. It'll just show that, I'm pretty sure. It'll either show that or, like, question marks and a picture. Which is really, you know, Anyway, normal raids next. I have a feeling, so last week we didn't manage to get a single go at Hallminster Switch because of other stuff getting in the way, I believe. Did we do Hallminster Switch? I don't think we did. Although I'm not entirely sure how we reached level 72 without even doing it once. Did we do Hallminster Switch? Does anyone remember? Did we do Hallminster Switch last week? Oh, one of your party members does not meet the requirements for this duty. We're just figuring out. It says that we can't queue because we're missing something. The question is, so if you don't have anyone above level 80, then it will say that you don't qualify. If you don't, like, if you're missing, if anyone is missing both the Alexander and Omega raids, then it'll be like, oh well, someone isn't qualifying. Even if you have like normal raid unlocked because you've done like Eden raids, you need to have something in common. Like it'll, you know, mix all of the options everyone has and everyone qualifies for, and then say, oh well, you're missing something if you don't like have at least 2 options, I believe. Michael says, I'm quite surprised on how much XP you got from Trial Roulette. How much did I get? Let's see. 400k? 408k? It's like... Sorry. 12.5%? Something like that? 13%? Rested XP. Well, the thing is that the roulettes don't actually spend your rested XP. Let me show you what we have to work with here. You can see, oops. You can see here that I got 3.3k XP for killing Shiva, which was a plus 100%. 183% with 3 of them being for the food buff. I'm guessing 30% being from that. Can you stop doing that, game? Why are you like this? And then there's 150% from something. 100% of them, I believe, is from armory bonus. But I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, right. It's probably a combination of... so it's a combination of rested XP and armory bonus and earring and food buff. And then you can see here, this is the XP that I was granted for the duty roulette. And that one doesn't have that. Like that one also says like you gain blah experience points, but it's leaving out the percentage bonus because there isn't one. But that's a fair one. Like that is a that is a like rested XP. I'm pretty sure, is it even explained in the game? Like, is it even explained? Or is it just, like, quietly brought up by you getting more XP? Oh, whoops. That was the worst possible order I could have done it. I think I wasted, like, half an edge there. Oh, well. Yeah, Michael, I generally recommend making use of your roulettes. There are some of the roulettes that are completely pointless because they give so little XP, but a lot of the roulettes are worth the time. Stuff like normal raid and trial. Trial more so, I believe, but normal raid and trial are decent simply because the time they take makes them worth it. Usually. Sometimes you get like a raid that takes a lot longer for some reason, and then it is less effective. Hey Riku, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Or has it been a while? I feel like it's been a while. Or did I? Or was it? Or has it been recent? But it was a while recently. Well, actually, Michael, I have it's been a while since I put it up, but I do have a leveling, like a leveling guide on the channel where I go over the things that I consider worth doing. Where I go over all of these things, and yeah, the particular roulette that you probably should be the most aware to not bother doing is like 50, 60, 70, 80. That one gives abysmally low XP and sometimes can land you in an actually difficult dungeon that will take a long time. Or longer time, I could say. So while it gives like XP, okay XP, it isn't good enough given how little it gives and how long it takes. Most of the rest of the roulettes are fine. There's also like something with the guild hest, which is something that I don't believe I actually include in my guide. But if you do guild hest, like guild hest itself gives basically no XP. Like guild hest roulette gives basically nothing. But if you do 3 guild hests, if you do 3 of them, then you get the challenge log bonus. Is it? It's this one. And given that the guild hest roulette typically takes like 2 minutes times 3, like we just saw the trial roulette was 400k, so 158k for about 6 minutes of work or less. Some of them take 1 minute. That's also okay, right? 10 of them, not, but 3 of them. Oh, look, it's a jerk anglerfish. Who dis? Where, there it is, the jerk anglerfish. And the main reason why I say maybe not 10 guild hests is mainly like if we're comparing it to trial roulette, right? Trial roulette, it took us 5, 6 minutes or something like that. Something like that, I think. We still have it here. Yes. See. I don't have a timestamp in my chat log on this character. Why do I not have that? That's really, really... Why? Oh, can I use it retroactively? Oh, yes, I can. Excellent. Let's see, 1732. And the XP... It took 2 minutes? 2 minutes. Okay then. Yeah, that does make the guild hests look a little bit problematic. The main thing that matters about these kinds of tasks is that how long it takes you is a huge part of it. Because if it takes you 2 minutes to get like 2% of your XP, then it's like 100 minutes per level. But if it takes you 10 minutes to get 10%, then those are basically the same, like same value. But the variance matters, as Rust says, you could end up with a longer trial. So it can be complicated. That is also a good strategy, Gazel says. You could just do the first 2 guild hests with a job that can make the queue extra fast, and then switch to the job you actually wanted the XP for the third one. So like, there's a lot to do here, but if you don't want to think too hard on it, the long and the short of it, with the way I went about it, was that I did, like... If you remove these 3 roulettes, and guild hest if you have the challenge log done, then the rest of the roulettes are good for XP. Frontline is really good, actually. For guild tests, it can be new, which actually gives some... Well, doesn't having a first timer in the guild test just give you, like, slightly more XP? You have to go, Aridel. Alright. Yeah, it only like that bonus is only given if it's an actual first timer. And that's also true with Frontline. That way you can play whichever job you want. And just make sure you enter with the correct job to get the XP. Maybe we'll do that for Frontline this time. I always play terribly as Dark Knight in PvP. Might be better if I play a different job. Up, up, up. It was one person. Why? We were this close to greatness. I'd love to see you play PvP Scholar, if you like to, of course. Smol Caetsu unfortunately doesn't have Scholar, so we can't do that this time around. That is not an option. Thank you, Ardell. Enjoy your evening. But we could go... Like, I'm okay at Black Mage in PvP. We could do that. Michael says, I've been seeing Scholar on the top damage frontline PvP a lot. Is it that good? Scholar is complicated. Because it's really strong at doing a lot of damage. Like, a lot of damage. The way that it works is that it has Expedient, gives a speed boost to itself and nearby party members, and makes it so that your next Biolysis dot does 50% more damage. Then you also remember that the Scholar can put Adloquium on themselves, which makes their them do like 8% more damage. So you combine those things. If I remember correctly off the top of my head, Biolysis with everything the Scholar themselves can bring to the table is like 24,000 damage over its duration or something to that effect. Something like that. And then you can use deployment tactics to spread the Biolysis to any nearby enemies, and all of the nearby enemies will take the full damage as well. So if you just put Biolysis on someone in a big pile of players, you can spread it to like 10 players. Boom, 240,000 damage like that. And if you manage to build battle high again, if you manage to build battle high, this can be 360,000 damage. Of course, this is all before the innate damage reduction of Frontline, but the reason why this is complicated is because Scholar's damage is a dot. What happens is you put this dot on everyone, they can just leave. Like, they can just walk away, heal from the safety of being far away. You need them to have a reason to stay so that you can, like, wear down their MP so they can't heal anymore. Or even better, your damage puts on the pressure so the rest of your team can finish them off. The problem mainly being that Scholar doesn't really have the power to follow through and kill things. You kind of rely on your team to do that. which is why it's complicated. In fact, if your team doesn't follow through at all, then a Scholar can have a hard time being in the top 5 of damage. Because you will not get any battle high. And if the enemy teams understand and know to spread out, then it might be hard as well to, like, really pile on the damage. So that's kind of the point when I say that it's complicated. Yeah, but they are strong. Like, I would say, like, if you're not sure, if you're not great at PvP in general, like, but you want to do Frontline, for example, it's not like, if you can just learn the basics of Scholar, you can actually do quite a lot for your team with just that, because all you have to do to be, like, resourceful for your team is run in and apply your dot to the enemies every so often, and then you're already doing pretty well. So you don't have to, like, make sure you're targeting exactly the right person to finish off and focus. You don't have to know how to burst. Just make sure that you apply your dot correctly, consistently. And you will also be able to, like, focus more on just not dying, because as Scholar can do so much damage from, like, 30 miles away, you can just put the dot and just stay far enough away that you feel safe. Like, that is an option. But, like, that of course also comes with the implication that you would have to learn the basics of Scholar instead of learning the basics of Frontline first. So that's, like, also a little bit backwards. I do realize that that's a bit ironic. Or at least feels counterproductive in a way. But it's certainly, like, it's a hard job to master, but it wouldn't be the worst choice for a job to start with in Frontline, I think. I do wonder when I do this, when I do World of Darkness, how many players are attacking the hourglasses because, well, everyone is, and how many are attacking the hourglasses because they know why. Ow. And if you thought the Summoner had good AoE, you should meet our good friend Dragoon's LB. What? How? What? How did you get hit there? Well, hey Liv, hope you're doing well. Michael says, almost nobody probably do the mechanics in these early alliance raids nowadays, except maybe Cerberus. That is true, which is why it is very interesting when you see people actually do the mechanic, but it's like a mechanic where, like, I know, I can guarantee you that one of the most common questions when we get on the subject of how does how do the mechanics work, like if I ever offer to explain the mechanics in something like World of Darkness, one of the first questions is almost always, those hourglasses, what are they for? So it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if it turned out that, like, everyone in the raid is attacking the hourglasses because everyone else are attacking the hourglasses. Which is like a classic, like the classic hive mind style. We're just all attacking the hourglasses because that's what you do when you're in World of Darkness. I don't know what it does, but if I do it, we don't wipe. So let's do it like that. Is the logic. So like a case of it must be important because everyone else is doing it. And for anyone who is sitting in the chat now going, what does it actually mean? The answer is, while the hourglass is on the field, there is this gray quarter of the arena that moves around with like that classic Final Fantasy cursor. That one will stop spinning at some point. Like at some point, it'll stop spinning. And when it stops spinning, naturally, because of its timer, it will immediately resolve and kill everyone who is on that quarter. By killing the hourglasses, you cause it to stop early, and then it'll just tell you that it is going to kill this particular quarter, and then you can just casually walk out, and you're fine. So that, like, ultimately that's what it does. You could technically completely ignore the hourglasses and just make sure your entire alliance raid is evenly split between between like all 4 quarters. So like if you lose anyone, you're only losing like a quarter of the raid. You could do that, but why would you? Steve says never seen anyone die from that so far. I have. That was how I discovered that's what the mechanic does. But yeah, as Orion said in game, there are ads, we should kill them, isn't a bad reflex, and that is true. That is also kind of the reason why I ended up just attacking them, in my experience, right? It's just, well, they're probably there for a reason, so we should probably kill them. I'm trying my best here. Like, genuinely, I'm trying to yoink one of those beams and just walk away with it, but every time I've tried, someone else runs into me, so I can't run away with it. And yeah, once again, the mechanic of those adds those dragonflies with the beam is that it just shoots the person that it is like tethered to every few seconds, and each hit makes you have less max HP and take more damage. I believe it's called saturation or something like that. Weird. Can't exactly remember what the debuff is called. Something like that. And like it's a common one in a Realm Reborn content actually. I believe Ifrit. Yeah, Superation. Thank you, Siren. Superation. It's also the debuff that Ifrit can apply in Extreme, I believe. And if you take all of the hits, like if you just let the Dragonfly go crazy on a DPS or a healer, you will probably die, even with help. But a tank can just like grab it, defensive cooldown. We good. Also, hey Yizu, hope you're doing well. Also Steve. So the intended way to do it is that like it spawns, hits someone, pass it around, hit someone, pass it around, hit someone, so that a bunch of people get one stack and only one. But that's usually not how it works. That's not how it ends up, like, actually working. Michael says, the better question is, what are those jump pads on Circus Tower Glosia for? True. The story there is that it is a mechanic that never actually manages to resolve in time. Also, here's another fun fact. The glowy platforms in this fight apparently enable the jump pads for the other teams and not yours. So if your jump pads get back up, don't ever activate, it's because the other teams are slacking. Hey, hello, Eli Phillies. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I am not actually sure, Michael, because I've never seen that mechanic actually resolve. Like, I've never seen the jump pads be important. Oh, look, we're even belly team this time. Remember, the way you enter the belly is that at some point it shoots out like a purple orb that bursts out an effect that makes you mini. You have to get hit by this. If you're mini and then step in the purple goop that gets placed shortly after, if you're mini in that goop, you will enter the belly. If you're not mini and you stand in the purple goop, you die. So it's very important that you don't mess that up. Also, I've placed the mini goop very close to the boss so that you don't lose your damage up time for becoming mini. Now we just need to figure out where they place the purple goop. Oh, over there! Awesome. Yeah, that does make sense, Steve. How would you, if you were trying to solo Crystal Tower, how would you solo Cerberus? Like, actually, how would you do that? Not possible, because you would have to be both in the belly and not in the belly simultaneously. So I can see why he would just go, okay, well, everyone has to go in the belly then. Yeah, I genuinely, Michael, I don't actually know what the jump pads are for on Glosia, because I've never had to do it. Yeah, exactly, Steve. I do realize that he wouldn't even be able to enter solo, because you need to be in an alliance raid to enter. But he would need, he would also need players for the other, for example, the thing that leads up to Cerberus, you would need at minimum 3 players, but you would definitely need more than that, because, I mean, once you're down, you won't get back up if you're only 3, right? So it makes sense that he brought a squad and then, customized the challenge to be as solo as possible, because that would be the best you could do. No, Michael, the thing is, if you've ever done Circus Tower on minimum item level, no echo, there's a very good chance you have seen everything in Glosia making sense and being significant, as far as I've been told. But he never gets to that part if you're not synced, if you're not minimum item level. He simply doesn't have enough HP to reach the part where they become relevant. I have been told that on minimum item level, no echo, it becomes significant. I'm pretty sure that it's like you actually have to jump out there or you will die. Yeah, that does make sense that he would use Iron Man rules instead. If it isn't soloable. But I mean, the thing is, I was the one who, like, genuinely days after Wrath Games started his journey, I made a video saying you can't solo Final Fantasy XIV. Like, I just went and checked. Like, I just went to the middle or the later halves of the book and went, well, you can't solo this or this. So it comes as no surprise that he would have to do something like that. Liv says, according to the wiki, eventually he casts a spell that just kills you if you're still on the central platform. Well then, that explains what we need the jump pads for then. Yeah, anyway, point is, I had sort of expected that there would have to be either the journey would end abruptly, or there would have to be some concessions and be like, well, I can't solo this, like I just can't, so like I'm not even going to try. There's no point because it's not soloable. I just know that there are multiple of those steps on the way. Hey, level 73? Yes. Yeah, Nidhogg has a hardened rage and a DPS check. That doesn't come as a huge surprise. That's usually how it goes with these things. Like, if a trial has a bar that feels like a gauge of some sort, then it's almost always like a hard DPS check. Like, if you don't make it, you die. And that tends to be the case. There's also the, like, I don't know if he's, I'm guessing he's stuck on Nidhogg at level 60, but there's equally the possibility that he's stuck on Nidhogg at level, in the area. That looks, that's the same chess piece I use on my main. Yeah, exactly. Weeks and weeks ago at this point, but I went into the area myself on my main solo on stream and demonstrated that we could beat everything except Nidhogg synced. So I kind of expected that. Now the question is how many levels he would need to get over Nidhogg to be able to beat Nidhogg before he uses Sable Price. Oh, we have 3 Mock Domes. Right, so we are out of the 8-man roulettes. We could do Frontline next. That way we can still all go if everyone's interested. If that's not the case, we can also start with the other 4-man stuff. But I do want to know how many want to join for Frontline. Sorry, we will have to split up in 2 groups. Jerk Anglerfish whispers, I will buff your enemies in Frontline. No! Not the damage buff. Next you're telling me that I'll enter with a defense down. I'm guessing either BSR does not. I don't know, did BSR also want to come for Frontline, or is that intentionally not ready? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Michael. And I'm pretty sure that there was a community for this before Wrath did it, based on what I've heard. It's just that it wasn't really something people were like widely talking about. Hey Xanadus, hope you're doing well. But you can only RP walk? That's a... that's a long one. The most annoying part is that on, like, you could probably get really far on that. Like, you could alleviate a lot of the annoyance with it if you could, you know, you just auto walk out in the direction you need to go, but then you just walk into a mob that kills you. There are, I think, a few spots where you must run in game. Are you sure? Orion, you should probably come over here so that we can split up in 2 smaller groups and then queue, as we are 5 and not 4. We will have to queue as 2 separate packs. So who wants who of the fantastic 5 we have here would like to be in the second group? We can have a 2 and a 3. I don't mind being in either one. Okay, Ross said that they'll just skip. Well, in that case, we are 4. That also works. Right, just in case there are anyone who's like wants to queue in with us anyway, I'll queue when it says 12:40 Eorzea time. Which voice does Smol Kai have again? That one. Assume that, though, that playing a job as solo, you'd have to master the rotation and finer ins and outs of the job. You probably would. Or if it, like, the thing is figuring out all sorts of, like, tricks for the job. The thing that I'm curious about, I'm assuming that the RP walk everywhere run isn't a solo run, necessarily. So, like, you can still do groups. Like, technically you can do dungeons with other people, but you probably don't want to. You'll probably use duty support. But that does mean that whenever there is a trial or something that you need other people for, you can you can join for the trial or the raid, and, well, I guess trial, because there are no mandatory normal raids. So you would be able to do that. The difficult part, as Michael says, is dodging things like AoEs. The thing is that if you don't have to be alone, then you can get extremely far in group content by simply not being a role that is really important. Like, if you're a DPS, then, yeah, you're going to die. You're probably going to die to getting hit by AoEs quite a bunch. But that's fine. And if you're in a trial situation, there could even be an argument that, or actually rather, if you're in a duty support situation, there could be an argument you should be the tank. Because then if you do get hit by stuff, you're the tankiest person, and if you die, it automatically resets. You don't want that either. Yeah, absolutely, Steve. It was just, that is exactly the reason why I'm saying you would probably be doing most dungeons with duty support. Because I don't think you can come with a good, reasonable, fair argument for being allowed to RP walk through all the dungeons, like, under normals, like under other circumstances. Like, it is going to mess with everyone else, so it's not really nice to them unless, like, they're in on it. But the reason why I was specifically focused on you probably wouldn't be doing both the RP walk and a solo challenge simultaneously is because one of the things that makes jobs, any jobs, capable of doing content solo, without just massively over, like, beating content over with levels is usually that you need to kite things. Like, I have shown brief examples of it in my video about the best soloing jobs. But White Mage is actually one of the stronger jobs, or Conjurer is one of the stronger jobs in Sastasha synced, because, you know, tanks don't have their healing at that point among the tanks you would have access to in Sastasha. But a White Mage would be able to do whatever it is that it needs to do. Yeah, boy. Just stream it so that all 4 of them are be walking. I mean, you could also do that, like do it as a party that does it together. Xanadu says Scholar is crazy powerful in Sastasha. Well, Xanadu, the key here is that if you were doing a solo challenge, like with a new character, you wouldn't have access to Scholar when you're doing Sastasha. But otherwise, yes, Scholar is insanely strong there. The main reason why White Mage is even remotely competitive, if we're like assuming that you can play any job you like, is simply because in that level range, White Mage is the one among them that has a spammable, okay, single target attack, because Aero does upfront damage, whereas Bio does not. But as you said, the pet would be very powerful. But the key thing is that Scholar is like the one of these starter jobs you wouldn't be able to access until after you've beaten Ifrit, if you were doing it as a new as a new character playthrough. And that was certainly an interesting move. What? Did we just get 4 spots in an instant? Oh. Would Thaumaturge work in that situation? You could sleep and Scathe by then. You could use Thaumaturge with Scathe, but the key difference is that a Conjurer would be able to make up for any damage they do take by just choosing to cast Cure when they have to, whereas a Thaumaturge you would have to collect potions before you go in, but you could do that. Like, yeah, Thaumaturge can also solo Sastasha. The difference is that you need potions, whereas a healer job wouldn't need potions. Wait, where did he go? Oh, over there. Hey, I got my first knockout! This is a little bit of a problem because it feels like we can't do very much because blue really want to play. Like, really wants to play. But yellow's really capitalizing on that. Yeah, actually, any job, and I think I kind of went on that, but any job in that has a single like a ranged attack that doesn't have a cast time in Sastasha would be able to solo Sastasha with no major issues. You would just need to bring plenty of potions, which you can make. I'm pretty sure you can unlock Alchemist and Botanist as needed by the time you have access to Sastasha. So you would be able to do that if you want to. Just collect high quality potions to use. Feel like if I was quick on the draw there, I could have got him. But I didn't. Oh, wasn't I at full HP? Was that just Biolysis taking on me? Ow! Next spot. Oh boy. Yellow's suddenly having a hard time now that they don't get free reign of the entire south of the map. That is pretty funny. This is the reason why when like if you've ever heard of the strategy that people sometimes call let them fight, why it doesn't work is that the moment that the other teams turn their eyes on wherever you are and want whatever you're having, you don't have the battle high to compete, so you lose. I've noticed that my old strategy on Black Mage of just prepping people with ice doesn't work very well anymore because everyone just preemptively uses Purify so they don't get stopped. This is a weird place to be. Are we getting that one? Or is there... Nope, we are getting that one. Nice. Well, the best thing we can do right now is attack blue. I think. Because we might just win shortly after. If we can make sure they don't win. Seems Yellow decided they also want to participate in the grand finale. Which may have a huge impact on whether we win or not. It was going so well. Looks like blue wins. But at least we got second place. Went okay. I haven't done PvP as a black mage for a while. And the key thing that sort of tripped me up, which made me feel like I had to change my strategy, was that there has been a change to one specific thing in PvP. I think I have talked about this. The key thing that was changed in PvP, for anyone curious, is that Purify, before the recent patch, the most recent patch that was not the Mockdome event patch, before, Purify didn't do anything if you just clicked it, like out of nowhere with no planning. Then it didn't do anything. It only worked if you clicked it while you had a like crowd controlling debuff of some sort, which meant that if you stunned someone, they could then click Purify to remove the stun and then be immune to crowd control for 5 seconds. But they had to get stunned first. That was like the crucial thing. The way that I usually played Black Mage is that I would use the ice spells to stun people. It's only like 2 seconds of stun, but it often trips people up to the point that they click Purify when they get stunned, and it still messes with them because they still get stunned for like half a second when that happens. But you combine that with the sleep effect, and then you suddenly have a situation where someone will be like, they might just purify the sleep effect so that they're immune to the stun, but by then me baiting them to use it for the sleep effect, I can stun them afterwards. But now they don't have any reason to use Purify unless they explicitly don't want to get stunned right now. Like right now. Because they can just use it preemptively when they need it. And yeah, Gleaming, it's a relatively new thing that they made it so that you can just click Purify when you don't want to be crowd controlled for a bit. It's a pretty significant change. What this means for a black mage is that before, there was, I think, a lot more value in stunning people, like, all willy-nilly, because people were a lot more, in my experience, they were a lot more likely to use Purify just because, well, I don't know if I'll get an opportunity to purify something else, so I'll purify now, just in case. So you could make people waste it. But nowadays, people will just go, well, like, look at their situation, go, I'm fine right now, and then not use Purify. So I felt like it started to become better a little bit when I started using Fire, but then I started using Fire really late. Also, hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Right then, so now, next up is that we are doing the 4-man roulette. Guess we will start with leveling. Checking in, I see Rust would also like to come along. Is there anyone in the group right now who doesn't mind sitting out leveling roulette? So that we can have Rust, who sat out for the previous one. Alright, I guess that works. And it's still not fixed. It still says I'm not friends with Gasoline even though I am. Siren says I have to do something anyway. Well then we can we can have Gazel back. Right, so anyone who wants to heal for leveling roulette? Gleaming says, I was looking at the item level of Realm Reborn gear. So funny how until you hit 50, it basically scales perfectly with your job level, but after that it just ramps wildly. That's true. Or wait, is it? What item level is the gear you're handed at level 45? Let me check. Level 45 warrior helmet that is item level 50. And the chest piece to match is item level 55. But then when you reach 90, they hand you a coffer with an upgraded version, which is like item level 90. Exactly, Steve. 70 or 90, I can't recall exactly. But yeah, the reason why that happens, Gleaming, is because of how endgame scaling works in MMOs, I guess. It is a little bit strange. And when you think about it, they could maybe have done it so that there was like an item level at a level. So like, you just like had level 50 gear that scaled high, and then you have level 60 gear that scales high, but the reason why that, of course, doesn't work is because just having a universal item level makes it easier to compare between levels. Specifically, the level 50 job quest. You do it, and it hands you it hands you the final piece of the job set you were making at 45. That chest piece is item level 55, but then they also hand you the upgraded version, which I believe is item level 90. And then the MSQ later hands you a 110 set, I believe. Right, so, leveling roulette. With limited here. That is exceptionally convenient. Or maybe not. I have 2 very low item level pieces, so I'll have to be extra good in this run. Interrupt you. I will probably be ready to use Living Dead if it's needed. But I will not assume necessarily that I have to. Oh boy. Oh right, those are immune to stun. I knew that. Yeah, it is quite funny that once you get past level 50 Gleaming, the item level just goes whew into the sky compared to your level. But I will say, in fairness to your example, Gleaming, that when you reach level 90, the gear you're handed is item level 560 and not 660. I'm using Living Dead. That didn't last very long. I would have tried to say that that fortunately this was the hardest pull in the dungeon, but I'm pretty sure that there's a pull after the second boss that is even harder than that. So don't get your hopes up. This is a good spot. Hey V! Welcome to the stream, and also welcome to the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much for the support, and I hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you so much. That's a surprise. Thank you. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, at least. Oh, for a second there, I thought I had really messed up, and then I just barely got the MP for TBN. You'll have to elaborate on that one, Steve, because Smol Kai didn't have to pick up extra gear to progress the MSQ. Please explain. Here come the bees! The bees! Is it an accessory issue? It could very well be an accessory issue. And now that you do mention that, there's a very, very good chance that I specifically went and was like, well, I do have some poetics, and then bought like an accessory on Smol Kai. We can take a look at that after this dungeon if you want, Steve. If you can remind me, because I actually do realize that I have a tendency to say we can look at X after the dungeon, and lo and behold, guess who didn't check after the dungeon? So if you remind me, we can take a little look at it. If there's something I've overlooked. I'm pretty sure that it's like almost like if you go back and check, there's quite a lot of times where I've said that we can check after the dungeon, and then I just do something else. Maybe even like hours later in the stream, I'll be like, "Oh right, there was that thing," and then maybe the person who asked has left. Like they won't see the answer. Which one is the first dungeon you get in the level 50 post-leveling MSQ? It's not Wanderer's Palace. I'm pretty sure that one is optional. Oh, right. That was possibly the stupidest point I could ever have used my TBN on. I was using it to try and intercept one of those tank busters with no warning. The Momo says Snowcloak, I think, and Gleaming says Snowcloak, if you can believe it. You know, I was actually sitting here thinking, what dungeons do you actually have to do in the MSQ in A Realm Reborn, like past leveling? And I couldn't come up with anything except like Keep of the Lake, Snowcloak. Is that it? Oh, you meant at level 90. Yeah, that one I can see. But the reason why that is, in fairness, the reason why that can happen, Steve, is because in the current maximum level, you're supposed to be grinding gear to, like, get stronger. Like, it's supposed to be like that. That, like, you actually have to stop and smell the flowers, you could say. Like, they want you to do that. That's also why in every single, like, in A Realm Reborn, before you reach a point where the MSQ might cause problems for you, they'll hand you a gear set. Like, they'll just give you gear. To make sure you don't get paused. And they add that, like, when it's no longer current. I'm sure you already know that. But yeah, that is the reason why we don't have this problem outside of Endwalker. And yeah, it's exactly as you said, it's allowing gaps between patches. I'm pretty sure when we went through the MSQ on Smol Kai that we didn't actually run into gear problems, like actual gear problems, until, like, I think we had to get something when we reached Rubicante, I think. Like, not 100%. The reason why I remember Rubicante specifically is because I remember that Aradel made a weapon, like a Dragoon Spear for Smol Kai, specifically like on that stream. And I believe shortly after that, I went and, like, got a full set of gear because we were reaching a point where I was feeling bad about being so incredibly undergeared for the content we were doing. Even though I was like, I'm a Dragoon, it's fine, I'll just do bad damage in the groups. That still kind of sucks, right? And here comes the big pull. I'll use Living Dead. I don't know if you have heard this yet, Ross, but I will try to use Living Dead early here. Oh man. I don't know if there is some magic coming through here, so using Dark Mind did help a little bit. I hope that one of these things drop. So that I just have to use Poetics for the other. I will admit, when I queued Leveling Roulette, I was like, it'll be fine. We're probably not getting a Shadowbringers one. So, ah! See, that's also the thing, Steve, is that you can always just, like, the only time where it really becomes a problem when you're, like, trying to play through the MSQ is if you're, like, laser focused trying to complete it, which is a totally understandable approach. Like, why stop now when you're this close to caught up? But then you would have to either buy gear or find a different way. Like, it is worth pointing out that if you just... Like, if you reach Alzadal's Legacy, I'm pretty sure that you can get the item level you need by doing the 3 first dungeons. I'm pretty sure you can get full 560 from that. I don't know if you need 560 or 570 to get that. But if you need 570, then the reason for that is... wait, why would you need 570? I'm pretty sure the... Well, maybe. You know, we'll check after the dungeon, Steve. Smol Kai can see these things. We've at least got that far in the game. I'm just trying to see if I can remember without going in. Or without looking at the numbers. It should probably come as no surprise that I didn't have problems with these things on my main. And for some reason, it appears it wasn't a problem on Smol Kai, but I wonder if I forgot something. Like, did I forget that I did something? Does that include the salted earth pulse? What do you mean, Wafers? Alzadalis needs 560. Okay, in that case, the main thing that could get in the way is that the gear you're handed at level 89 or 90 is 560, but you're not handed any right side equipment. So you would need to collect like a full set of 560 accessories from there. Or like buy a thing or two. And the reason why I say that as if it's going to be a problem, also 74. Why I'm saying this as if it would become a problem is because if you collect all of the gear you could get from Dead End, Smileton, Stigma, Dreamscape, you would still be a ring short because the ring is unique. So you would need to get a second ring. How would you do that? You could buy it with tombstones. But that's really it. Oh, fair enough, Wafers. Thank you for clarifying. Let me explain that one. By the way, can I quickly ask, how did you realize that you were 20 minutes behind? Because this is something that that has happened before, and I'm just curious how you so quickly discovered. Oh, wait. You have something to check after the dungeon? Thank you. Right, so first thing we were checking was what's the first. Actually, like the first dungeon was the first question. I know that it was it was adjusted to level 90, but let's take it one at a time. The first dungeon in the post game of A Realm Reborn turns out to be Snowcloak. How do I know that? Because Smol Kai don't have any optional dungeons in A Realm Reborn. She has only the mandatory ones, which looks really weird. Like, if you check your mains and have unlocked anything, it looks really weird that there's like... This is a little exaggerated, but it's like there's 10 dungeons between Praetorium and Snowcloak, and it turns out that Snowcloak is the only one you have to do. And its requirement is 80, so that means if you've done your level 50 job quest, unless your accessories are mega bad, you should be able to join for this. And as Steve said, if you have poetics, you probably collected some, then you probably have this too. And I'm pretty sure before Snowcloak, they hand you the item level 110 outfit, and I'm pretty sure they also hand you, like, accessories, I think. Like, they hand you stuff. There's 11! Waver says I hovered over the video when live icon wasn't red. Ah, right. Yeah, I've been trying to see what I can do. I thought maybe if there's like maybe the live chat, like the overlay here helps. Because then you know your message isn't showing up. Why isn't it showing up? And then there's also the live button and things like that. But I'm glad you figured it out. So that I could also answer you. Let's take that as the second thing. I'm reasonably confident that you cannot be pulled in by salted earth if you're immune from Purify. But technically, it is not an effect that can be removed by it. The reason why I'm pretty sure that Purify makes you immune to salted earth's pull-in is because back when the Borderland Ruins map was still enabled, there was this entire like meta in using attacks that could drag people off the edge, because this middle arena is like a giant pillar. If you can drag someone to the edge, they will die almost every time. So why bother killing the other players legitimately? Just pull them off the edge, right? So you had warriors camping so that they could use their drag to pull you over a hole in the ground and you just fall in. You had Dark Knights actually just jumping off the edge and using salted earth to try and drag multiple people with them to the grave. Some of the Dark Knights found out ways to do this so that they would land on a higher like incline so that they wouldn't die from the fall damage, but they would still pull everyone else to the death. The reason why I'm pretty sure that this doesn't work if you have Purify immunity is because one of the easier, quote-unquote, easier ways to do this was Monk's Enlightenment. Like the Kamehameha Blast is also a knockback. And each of these jobs had like some sort of weakness in that Warrior, you can stun your chosen target, but to do that you have to use Primal Rend, which puts you in melee range with the target, which makes your pull really bad. Because you have to you actually have to place yourself so that there's a hole between you and the target for it to work. So Warrior stun didn't work. Dark Knight does not have a stun. So they would just have to hope someone comes close enough to the edge so they can pull you in. Monk can just go, oh, this person is reasonably close enough, and use their six-sided star to stun the person, run around them, and kick them into the hole. The reason why that doesn't work is because if the person reacts to the stun, purifies, then the knockback doesn't work. I remember that because I was so confused why it didn't work, and then I discovered that every time I used Enlightenment alone, it worked. Every time I stunned first, it didn't, as in they wouldn't get knocked back. So I'm like, I haven't tested this, like, in a controlled environment, but I'm like 90% certain that Purify makes you immune to, like, pulling effects. Gleaming says, is this a thing Dark Knight can do? Technically, but the thing is that in the remaining maps in Unsalakaya, there isn't a tall enough pillar to make it viable to kill people with fall damage. In Fields of Glory, there are a few places where you might be able to do something, but that's not where people usually are. You know, the bridges between the bases and stuff. You could try something there, but you're going to guaranteed fall down with them. There isn't a good incline to drop to, and you're usually going to fall on other players because the place where people want to be is specifically in the area underneath the bridge. So you're going to fall into either your team or the enemy team, and whoever's team is waiting down there is going to win that exchange anyway. And Seal Rock also does, like, it has a few places where you could drag someone down with you, but usually it's not something that is helpful enough. So, like, I'm reasonably certain that part of the reason why Borderland Ruins got disabled was because this particular meta was so unfun, and I'm speaking from experience, it was not fun. The reason why I did the monk thing was because I was so annoyed that everyone was doing that, that I started doing it. That they disabled it instead of trying to figure out what to do about the knockback meta while it was live. But you could do these things, like you can use like push around jank. Xanadu says, do you know anyone with Peleg balance? I don't know anyone personally, but I might know someone, because usually people that have paid for it are less likely to admit it, because if they admit it, then it loses all value, right? It is really funny. It is really funny to be the person pulling them down, but it's not really funny to be on the receiving end. And the thing is that for each time you're the one pulling someone down, you're also going to be the one getting pulled down, pretty much. Yazel says it got disabled because of that. We didn't get a reason. Like, an official reason was not given. They were just like, we're going to change this, and then disabled it, if I recall correctly. They didn't say why. But of all the things with Borderland Ruins, that was the big one. Like, that was the big problem with this particular mode. Aside from that, like, aside from the pull-down meta thing, I would say that Borderland Ruins was generally more fun than Fields of Glory. Like, in my opinion. And so much so, in fact, that even with the pull-down meta, I would rather play Borderland Ruins than Fields of Glory. Because you can just play around it. Like, just don't go to the edge. Like, one of the silliest exchanges I had in Borderlands Ruins was, like, trying to 1v1 a monk who then ran around a wall, like one of these, and I chased after them only for them to just boot me off the edge, because they had metered out, if someone comes around the wall and they have to chase me, I can just kick them off the arena and they die, which was hilarious, and I learned something that day. Right, so also, hey, Kokochu, hope you're doing well. I am doing well, thank you. Right, so the second thing that we wanted to talk about was, Steve said the item level for Alzadal's Legacy is 560. So, Dead Ends, Smileton, and Stigma Dreamscape drops 560 accessories. The reason why they only drop accessories, so this stuff, is because obviously you are guaranteed 100% to have a full set of 560 gear accessible to you on the left side. At minimum, you will have that much. At minimum. So there's no point in giving you left and right side. Right? Like, that one's for free. Thank you for coming by, Jerk Anglerfish. But yeah, the reason why that can still be a problem, even though the 3 dungeons you have available give you right side equipment, is that the ring is unique, as usual. But the reason why it shouldn't be a problem is if you have done the like if you were there on release, right? You should thank the Jerk Anglerfish by soothing us. I said enjoy your evening and waved goodbye to them, but in retrospect I should have done that, Xanadus. You're right. Right, so if you reached max level when Endwalker was new, like so new that the current raid wasn't open yet, that took a little bit. And there wasn't weekly tomestones yet, that took a little bit to give people a chance to level. If you were level 90 by then, your only option was the Moonward gear. For like gearing up. Or do the 2 extreme trials that were there. I believe they gave... Was it 580 gear? I think it was 580 gear. But they only gave... I can't remember if they both gave right side stuff. Or one of them gave weapons. I think one of them gave weapons and one of them gave right side. But if you couldn't do extremes, then your options were Moonward gear for gearing up. That was it. That is 570. But you could, like, if you actually came to the game in, you know, came to max level in 6... Is it 6.1 where Alzadal's Legacy came in? You would have other options. But you would still be able to just, like, throw tomestones at the problem and buy 1 Moonward ring and then just grind 560 accessories and you'd be able to, like, continue. You would eventually run into other barriers, but the key is that once you are on Alzadal's Legacy, you should be able to get the item level necessary to do, like, Fell Court of Troya with the gear from Alzadal's Legacy, for the most part. And I say for the most part because for some reason dungeons never drop weapons these days. Yeah, the easiest way to go about it is to do, is to just get a full crafted set. Like, if you reach level 90 now, like today, and you have the cash to do it, like the gil, just get a full crafted set and you're set. And the reason why I would recommend that is because you're probably going to appreciate having that crafted set anyway. And what I mean by that is that when you have completed the MSQ and then turn around and go, okay, so gearing for max level content, like the actual endgame content, how do I do that? Well, step 1, get a crafted set, right? Like that's what's likely going to happen anyway. Your options are going to be crafted set or normal raid set. And the normal raid set pieces are going to be more difficult to replace, whereas the crafted set, you can just augment it. I talk about this in my gearing guide. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. I am. So that's why I generally suggest just get a crafted set. Usually, and I say usually because this is of course not true for everyone, but usually if you have leveled through the MSQ, just done your MSQ and just focused on doing the main quest and not like splurged on all sorts of random equipment and glamour and stuff. If you haven't quote-unquote wasted your money, there's a really good chance you have the money for a crafted set, as long as it's not like a new raid tier just dropped. So you can just buy the crafted set and you're good and caught up. But this isn't true for everyone. In fact, what could happen is you buy a crafted set and you're not paying that close attention to the patch cycle or patch cadence. You don't know when the next patch is coming. You're not finished with what's already there, so why would you care? And 2 weeks later, bam, new raid tier, there's a new crafted set. Your gear is technically outdated. But you can't afford buying a new crafted set again. And then you'll have to take it from there. And I have a friend who had that experience. It was quite tragic, but also quite funny, because what happened is that he went, he didn't have the money to buy a crafted set. Like, he did not have the guild to buy a crafted set. So I was like, okay, farm tomestones and use some of them to buy these materials you can sell, and use them after that to augment the set, so you have a really good set. And for any pieces other than that, you can also just do normal raids, like get a few extra pieces there, and make sure to use your weekly tomestones and all that. And he did all that. He got a full set of gear, and then a different new game came out, so he played that. And then, months later, when he came back, a new raid tier had dropped. So he could do it all again. He didn't, but it would have been really sad if he had just logged in yes, now I can finally use my new, good, great gear that I have farmed. They're like, well, you have to do it again. You wasted your chance. The rest of the game moved on without you. Glam is the real end game. I was like, hey, Silvermint. It is quite interesting that a lot of players have this, a surprising amount of players have this approach to go, okay, I've completed the MSQ, I need crafted gear, I'll craft it myself. That is actually a little surprising to me. Because knowing how much time it takes to level and gear your crafters and gatherers, my advice generally is, unless you're going to craft multiple sets, I don't know if it's actually worth your effort, or at least your money, to something like pentameld your crafting gear to be able to make gear effectively and consistently. I'm not sure if you need to have pentamelded crafter gear to actually craft the newest crafted gear, but it's more the principle of the matter that it's a huge time and guild investment to do that. And it might be easier and cheaper to just buy a set. But then again, you would have to buy a set every patch, which can add up. Steve says I've done it since Heavensward. Fair enough. On a different note, 5, 6, 7, 8. By the way, I did say this earlier, but I'll say it again. The reason why we're doing this roulette is not necessarily because it's the best XP, but it's a fun one to do. I could use the poetics. But yeah, in relation, we did talk about leveling efficiency earlier, and this is not it. Do we have a player 4, by the way? It seems like we're down to 3. Do we have any player 4 who wants to join? We've lost everyone. Michael says true, speed leveling crafters requires really takes a lot of gil. Exactly. Hello, Ellie. Hope you're doing well. Party Finder's getting on my nerves, but doing Ukop is the only fun thing to do in Final Fantasy XIV for me at this moment. My best suggestion there, see if you can try and find a consistent group for it. That would be my best suggestion if Party Finder is getting you crazy. Another thing you could try is this is like just a double check, but if you make sure that you are on the most populated like raider data center in your region, like for example, if you're trying to do UCOP on Chaos, my main is on Chaos, but this one isn't, and then there's going to be a lot less people looking for groups and a lot less people making groups than there are on Light. A funny story, earlier in the afternoon I checked on Chaos, there was 0 high-end duty groups and 18 total. Then I hopped over to Light and I think there was 50 high-end duties and 70 total on a Saturday afternoon. It was quite insane. So yeah, when I say make sure you're looking while you're on the right data center, I mean it can be quite significant, even if you don't realize it. Yeah, I get that, Ellie. I believe that's also why people often make semi-coordinated groups through discords and stuff like that, specifically to make slightly less memey groups. Well, at least you have a project there, Zach, and the further you get, the more valuable it'll be, I'm sure. Oh boy, the one with no treasures, but extra poetics, I believe? 3 million to power level alchemy to 80. Oof. Gleaming says, do you all ever have that feeling where you're not ready for a break yet, but you can feel the need for one approaching? Yeah. In the name of the Emperor! Ah, yes, a level range where my potions work. Yeah, exactly, V. That is kind of the idea I was expecting. I remember, I think I leveled, back in Shadowbringers, I believe I leveled all my crafters from 60 to 70 in an hour or something insane like that. Maybe a little bit more than that. An hour, I feel like. But then I also spent a few million gil to do that. So, and the thing is, the faster you want it, the more expensive it can end up becoming. And there's almost no limit. Is there anything here dealing magic? There's like one guy casting arrow. And now I'm stunned. Ow. Why? One of them managed to cast slow on me. Why?
I will crush you underfoot.
Probably, yeah, probably the Medicus. That would make sense.
There is nowhere to run.
It means like it depends on how much you enjoy grinding. Like I like doing a little bit of farming myself, but it can get it can become a little dull if you do it for too long. But I have gone through all that. In Shadowbringers,
In the name of the Emperor.
the final crafted set, I can't remember what they're called, the ones where the weapons look like white crystals and stuff. I made every single set myself, like every single one. For every role and every job. Made the whole thing. And I also grinded all of the materials for them. Everything I did alone. Myself. So... like, I know how it can be to grind. That is also why I say, well, you don't, like, you might want to just, like, buy a set and call it a day. Like, for your own sanity's sake, ultimately. Hey, Catdamon, the 4th slot has not been filled. We ended up going 3, and then we have Sakai Ralga here. As the random in the group. I think we're doing MSQ roulette after this, and then we will be going over to dungeon spam. If you want to join. Need to be filled with the anglerfish. Kokuchu says, given a pre-made party meeting size requirements for duties, being max level and having everything unlocked, do you know how the roulette decides? I'm reasonably confident that it is just random. But exactly how the random is decided can be very complicated because there is this thing I call Square Enix RNG. That's the thing that makes it so that a boss mechanic that is supposed to target a random player appears to target the same player every single time. For an entire pull or an entire session if it's like, you know, a proc group or something. What I mean by that is it is probably random, but maybe the random number generator isn't like a perfect 10 out of 10, right? But it should be random. If it's leveling roulette and you are a full pre-made and you use the limited leveling roulette option in the cogwheel in the top left of the duty finder, then you can limit the options to the dungeons within, I believe it's 7 or 8 levels of the lowest level player in your group. Which means, depending on what stuff you have or haven't unlocked, you can actually whittle down the list to like 4 dungeons or 2 dungeons even, depending on how perfectly convenient everything like pans out. It would be hard because there's a lot of dungeons that will be in like, you know, the MSQ. But you could reduce the amount. Like, you could reduce it to be like almost like a 50% chance for the thing you want. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. I remember being sane once, then they put me into a padded room. Was that when you stopped being sane? Like the way you're telling it, it sounds like you were sane and then they put you in the padded room. Apparently there's a frontal cone AoE from this. Wow! That was a lot of damage, Rust. Uh-oh. Right, so the way this mechanic works is that it puts that on someone, and the orbs determine how many people have to be with them. And the key here, and you saw that nothing happened because I was standing next to him. The key here is that if there's 2 orbs circling the person, then only one person has to help them, because the person themselves in the circle counts as one of them. And the reason why a lot of people get this mechanic, like, misunderstand it, also sad blood weapon, the reason why a lot of players misunderstand this mechanic completely is because the 2 orbs spinning say you need exactly 2 players for this mechanic. It's not saying at least, it's saying exactly 2. If there's only 1 player, then the 1 player in will take like an insanely high amount of damage. They will not die if that's the only damage they're taking. They might survive it. But it does a huge amount of like an absolutely insane amount of damage. If there's 2 players in it, then nothing happens. They also get knocked into the air, that's also true. But you take a lot of damage if you're alone. You can survive it though. If you're 3 or 4 players in it, then everyone takes a ton of damage. I can't remember if it's more, like if it's the same damage. But it is specifically exactly 2. Yeah, Xanadus, flip the less than icon to a greater than, and you're perfect. Actually, you're still perfect. It's just less than or greater than is wrong. Like, it's close enough. You accept it. There you go, Xanadus. Exactly. Surprise math in a Kai stream. Is anyone surprised? Curse you, signage! I am a little bit surprised that we don't have a like that we have a less than and greater than sign just on the keyboard, but we don't have a less than or equal and greater than or equal sign on the keyboard. Weirdly. I at least don't, and I'm pretty sure the English keyboard doesn't either. Yeah, that works too, Traverse. That is very accurate. Players not equal to equals large damage. But the thing is, with that particular boss, the reason why it can have such a weirdly, unfairly brutal mechanic, and it just kinda works, and people just go, oh, it's obvious what the mechanic is because all of the mobs in that particular fight, as far as I recall, are bosses or mobs from Binding Coils of Bahamut. Like, the Naga creature is one of the bosses and does the petrifaction mechanic, so it wouldn't surprise anyone with or without the glare icon. It's like, well, she's casting petrifaction, it's obvious. And the creature with the weird arms that does that specific mechanic we're talking about does that same mechanic in Coils of Bahamut. The difference is that it makes a 2-stack and a 3-stack, if I remember correctly. And there, of course, you die if you get it wrong. Are you Construct 7? Yeah, it's a... Xanadu says, yes, Kai is controlled by Construct 7. That's what the manatee is. It is interesting that you can estimate mechanics based on the model. One of the most interesting examples of that is that, you know, there's the weird two-legged muscle creatures that we fight that often have, like whether it's a dragon, a crocodile, or whatever it is. You know what it's going to be when you see it. Because it will almost always have invisible telegraphs. It will raise its arm to indicate it's doing a frontal cone. It'll raise its tail to do a back cone. It will put its hands in front of its face to indicate it's going to shoot a fireball at something, and so on and so forth. I'm concerned I'll drop the manatee during the fighting. Does the Japanese keyboard have... Oh, nice. That's very convenient. Xanadu says, what about 2 exclamation point? Well, that would be 2 times 1. I don't know if you could write it like... I'm not sure if you could write it like that, but I get what you're going for. 2 factorial is fun. Yes. I actually, in my videos, I sometimes catch myself actively choosing to not have like an exclamation point in a like one of the texts on the screen if it comes right after, if it will come right after a number, because I don't want someone to go, well, that's factorial. Does Kai have problems with Construct 7? I have actually never failed the Construct 7 math problem. I failed it once in the Construct 7 similar boss in the 3rd area of Boja. But the reason why I failed it is because it had the forced marsh effect. So it forced me to marsh out of the correct answer. Know your place. Your place is in this line stack. Blarg. Know your place. That's like P10 when he's like, stay where you are. Are we not supposed to go over there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was a pretty good case of damage mitigation. Just run to the mostly safe spot.
Chaos shall reign forevermore.
Chaos! Rap.
Your light shall burn no more.
Blap. Yeah, exactly, Traverse. The thing is, I think the vast majority of players that fail the Construct 7 fight is they don't realize how it works. Also, by the way, hey Cranberry, hope you're doing well. But like that's the one that gets a lot of people, is that they don't know what they're supposed to be doing. They didn't notice their HP changed. So they, like, it's like, set your vitals equal to something like, my what? And they might not realize that you're supposed to, like, deal with the mechanic on your own. I've talked a little bit about this before, but the reason why the Construct 7 mechanic is so hard is because you can't guide someone else on the fly with it in the same way that you can do, like, the danger Dorito, or whatever you want to call it, or safety triangles and things like... I guess danger Dorito is the stand with another person mechanic, but you know, the safety triangle where someone has a triangle over their head to indicate just follow that guy. So some players who have relied heavily on that throughout their gameplay can't do that. They can't wing it by just going, I'll just follow that guy. He seems to know what he's doing. Xanadus, what Viek is referring to is that when you're there on your first go, it doesn't tell you outright. He's like, the robot says something about the vitals. I think there's also the papers on the way to the boss that actually explains to you what the correct answers are. Like, it actually, there's a paper on the floor that is like, this is the things that like, these are the correct answers for divisible by 3. It doesn't say that like outright like that, but it does, like, there is items on the way to the boss that explain the correct answer to the boss. Like, you don't even need to understand math. You just need to be able to remember. That's all you need to do. But then again, who has time to read them? Who has time to read them? But yeah, the thing is that as Viek kind of highlights, the most dangerous part, or the scariest part about that particular mechanic is you might not understand what he's asking you to do. You might not realize your HP changed. You might not realize how it changes when you step on the platforms. And because you need to like see it to know. Well, I'm just going to let myself die. I know that you can't solo this fight. I already tried on stream. There's no point trying because it cannot be done synced. It cannot be done. The DPS check isn't meetable on my main with Warrior. I think I got him to like 50%. I got the DPS check halfway when I ran out of time. You need like 2 players at least. The thing is that the only mechanic that, like, I soloed this entire dungeon on Warrior. I soloed the entire dungeon. The only thing I couldn't do was the DPS check. That was the only thing I couldn't do. So there is a reasonable chance that if the DPS check wasn't there, you could solo it. But you need help with the DPS check. Hey, Lumina. Oh, you're friends with Sakai Raga. That's pretty funny. Hello. I wonder how that conversation went. Hey, this Caetsu Chaiji, isn't that Let me just go check if he's streaming. Oh. Side first and then middle. Oh, you saw me in his stream. Surprise! That's actually a trick. If you find it too difficult, to react in time to the where you have to like move between the ice and fire step, just stand where only one of the AoEs will land. So like if there's like the donut in the middle and then there's like fires on the side, if you just stand out on the side so you dodge the 2 fires, that's good enough. You will not die. Yeah, so that is a way to overcome some of it. because you need to get hit by 2 of them to die. I have specifically read people recommend just doing that, like just intentionally failing the mechanic, kind of, because it's safer than trying to get it right and failing. I mean, we can obviously do it. We the best, but you can see why you might want to not do that and not risk it. That is, I will say that is pretty wild, Lumina. Like, of all the people we could randomly queue into. That is quite specific. Now that's a lot of damage. We have to go out immediately after. Oof. That's pretty fine. Wow, we got a lot of poetics out of that. Nice. I was like thinking, oh, I think I'm not going to have enough for the items that I want. I think I need like 560. What'd we do? Steve says, first time I did this boss, I noticed the healer was always in the right place. So I just followed. That is pretty smart. The interesting thing is that before they reworked the fight, it actually had a mechanic where you couldn't just follow someone else. It's actually really mean. Because the old version had this kind of mechanic where there was these like void zones or void holes, you could say, you know, like the classic ones in the in like your quests, like the Black Mage story and things like that. And at a specific point, the boss would cast, I think it was that universal manipulation thing. And if you weren't in the void zone when it was resolved, you wouldn't die, but you would get every single debuff under the sun and also take a huge amount of damage, which meant that if you didn't do it and you were like the healer, you were probably dead. And most other players would probably also die, but at least the healer could res you. And the reason why that was a really mean mechanic is because you had to step in early because you had to step under the void zone, then it would take like a second, then the void zone would grab you, then it would take a second, then you would be removed from the arena so you were safe. Which meant that you had to like walk away way too early, like completely stupidly early to not get hit by the mechanic. But the reason why that's really mean is because then if you were following someone else's lead, what would happen is you would go, oh, I have to go into the void zone. The person who you were following went in just now. Which means you had to have gone in at the same time as them to make it. So you're not making it. You're dead. Traverse says, can we get a clip of Kai's face in that moment? Through my brain was going, can I solo it? No, I can't. And then I was just looking for the easiest way to, like, to wipe it. It is kind of similar to the Diablos fight. The difference there is that you only need... You need at least one person to know what they're doing. One person can fix it. But with the... or the Diabolos fight. But with this, the old Asian Prime fight, you need everyone to know what they're doing. Everyone who doesn't basically dies. Quite mean. See, Eleven says, I mean, the other day I queued with you guys at random for the Lakshmi trial. I was just thinking, what a nice pink this player was. And then I noticed it was you. Oh. Wait, why were we in Lakshmi? I can't even remember. It's also true, as Rust says, in-game, Diablos can be done without mechanics. It can be done. You can just fail it completely and you're fine. It could have been trial roulette. It probably was trial roulette. I don't think that... I don't think Lakshmi is on the list. Nope. You're not on the list. I'm just saying, for anyone who's wondering, I don't find it annoying when you like approach me, you could say, in game, or you like bring it up in a dungeon or whatever. I don't mind. If you feel like I'm a bit dismissive if I don't respond very much to what you're saying about it, it's usually because I'm like, if I'm on stream, you can see exactly what I'm doing. I'm not always 1,000,000% focused on being fully optimal with what I'm doing. But if I'm like not on stream, I'm usually trying very hard to do as much, like do it as best as I can. So I will, like, if I'm responding to you, I'm usually weaving that response in my, like, between my GCDs. So that's why, like, I might not answer as much. But I do really appreciate it. I think it's very fun. When I run into all of you. Anywhere in game, whether it's in a dungeon, a trial, or in Limsa. Triple weaving. it's the new power. I weave like 30 letters. Hey Grout, hope you're doing well. Let's see, Kokochu says, I rather recently got into my first melee job after maxing all the ranged with Monk, and I think it's just about the most fun I've had on a job so far. I mean, that's great. I do think I would have said that I might not have recommended, I might not have recommended Monk as your first melee DPS, but your choice. Fair point, Liv. I can't remember. I feel like... That was a while back, like months ago, that we had this little thing on the Discord server where we were showing off how quickly we could write things. And I do recall that I had a very high writing speed, all things considered. But maybe 30 in 2.5 seconds is pushing it in retrospect. You're right, Liv. Yeah, 700, exactly, 720 would be quite insane. Yeah, the reason why I wouldn't suggest Monk as your the reason why I wouldn't recommend Monk as your first is mainly because it's very fast. So maybe like a different melee DPS would be more enjoyable. Oh boy, that's coming up next. But before that... I need this upgraded. Because it doesn't have a ranged attack at all. You know, actually, Xanadus, you're onto something. Maybe it's a good thing for your first melee job to be Monk, so you don't accidentally fall back on just spamming ranged attacks. Because you can't. Why with the skill speed? What's with the skill speed? Bam, bam. You throw yourself at the enemy. I am my own projectile. Boom. I see, Grau. The adventure is going well. We've so far gained almost 3 levels, which I suppose is kind of slow. But it's fine. We're having fun. What the... No materia, by the way. Easy 236 GCD. Monk's rotation is also, yeah, that is true, 11. It's mostly my recommendation to maybe not start with Monk is simply that it's quite fast, and it is quite a little bit specific about how it wants your rotation to be. You know what, Liv? I don't think it's just the Skaven gear. If I remember correctly, the Shire gear is also weird with like a stupid amount of speed. Maybe not on the tank gear, but I think I remember... If you get full Shire gear on, like, Dragoon, I think you have, like, a 2.3 GCD. It's insane. 2.3. Right. The next thing we're doing is MSQ roulette, I hope. The 3 people we have in the group wants to do that. But before I do that, I will be right back. So in the meantime, sanity restored. Here he is, the Watcher himself. Watches over you. Alright, I'm back. Right then, MSQ roulette. Cool. Gaza says, fun fact, there's simply first, second, and third stances in Japanese. The monk stances? That is a little weird. Why is it so? Why is it just 1, 2, 3? I mean, I guess the creatures in the English translation don't matter anyway, so it's not like it's a problem, but it's just a little surprising. If I remember correctly, we also had this discussion where a lot of the English translation these days have like kind of fancy names for buffs that enable you to do something. So it isn't all just X ready buffs, but something that sounds cool. But I'm pretty sure that there's something where in the Japanese translation it's all just A enabled or something like that. It is a bit awkward to have only one pack here. I've been so used to just rushing past these that it is a little weird to stand and fight. Wafers asks, Xanadus, why so fast to the monk GCD's biz? Well, the thing is that monk's GCD is 2.0 by default because of their buffs or their passives. So you want a little bit more than that so that it lines up in a very specific way. It's very long-winded to explain. Let's just say that. But the reason why it's 194 is like there is a logic to it, and has something to do with lining up with your buffs and things like that. Oh, right, the way ends here. Hey, baby, hope you're doing well. And I agree. I like that we don't just have buffs called something that sounds like a placeholder, honestly. I like that. But I do think it's quite funny because I do feel like there are almost certainly a bunch of players that are so focused on just everything being optimized that they might actually prefer that it is just called exactly what it does. Like the kind of people that are mad that bosses have things like larboard and starboard. Because it makes it difficult. Where if it just said left and right, that would be easier. Which is true, but then again, you'll get it eventually. Trevor says most random tanks that get there drag them up to the terminal. I was considering that, but every time I tried to do that, I was like, but my GZD though, I'm going to miss them if I move too fast. I feel like Ready to Rip and those also sound thematically fitting while we're on that subject. Like that one really works. Like, it sounds brutal in its own way. Liv says, and then there's Bard with straight shot ready when it isn't even called straight shot anymore. You know what's even weirder? I'm like 90% certain that the buff used to be called straighter shot. Which is also ridiculous. Like, I'm not saying that it's better, but it's at least not straight shot ready, which you then use on Refulgent Arrow. And that is also true, Gassel. Isn't that funny? I think we spent all of our simple translation or simple naming budget on Black Mage. They got all of it. Like they get Fire 1, 2, 3, 4, Blizzard 1, 2, 3, 4, and Thunder 1, 2, 3, 4. Meanwhile, in all other regions, they're called something fancy. Hey Archibasta, hope you're doing well. Traverse says, speaking of bards, why does Barrage not proc Shadowbite? That is a good question. I don't have a good explanation for you on that. My best guess is that on single target, Barrage giving you Refulgent Arrow helps you with making sure your opener kinda works, and Refulgent Arrow isn't that big of a gain to be handed freely. Like, it's something, but it's not like insanely big in value. But Shadowbite would be pretty huge by comparison. So maybe that's it. There's also the part that you were focused a lot more on using Shadowbite on AoE than you're focused on using Refulgent Arrow on single target. Doesn't proc it, but boosts its potency, so that you can use Barrage for something on oh, that was close. So that you can use Barrage for something on AoE. So you don't have to be that guy that has to use your single target spender, like single target cooldowns on AoE. Oh, what are you doing here, Dragoon? What's that? Spine Shadow Dive? Oh yeah, well technically it's better to use it than not use it. Oh, hey, Ninja! Oh, Muck? Yeah, you should probably use that. And Dream Did a Dream. Come on down. Just use it. Get it over with. Might as well. You don't have an AoE option of that, do you? No? Well... like, what I'm getting at is it's probably better that you can spend Barrage on Shadowbite at all than if you couldn't. that dragon kick rotation. It would probably have been safe, Archibuster. I just didn't want to risk it, but yeah. It looked like they weren't perfectly covering, and given that the player character is a single pixel, if you could find the spot, you probably would be able to do it. The problem for me was that it felt like if you get it wrong, you die, and I didn't want to risk that as the tank. And that is true. Also, Agibuster mentions that there is actually a lore item in the game that explains why we call these why there can exist both the fancy names and the number names, because there is like a in-universe reason. But that, of course, doesn't explain why different translations use different versions. Like, if the logic is that it would be more efficient to use the modern style of just calling them 1, 2, 3, 4, why is it only the English version that does that, right? Does that also explain why there is no Holy 2? I'm pretty sure that there have been bosses using Holy 2. Potentially. But the reason why there is no Holy 2, I'm pretty sure I read in an interview or something that the reason is that Holy 2 and Glare 2 would sound weird in Japanese. Because in Japanese, the two spells just get an RA at the end. So it would have been Granera or Horira, I believe. So they preferred putting Ga at the end instead. So they skipped 2. As far as I remember. So there isn't a great reason, but there is a reason. Michael says, and then there would be people be like, huh, Garuda? Hello Enzo, hope you're doing well. We have healers carrying most of party mitigation and the responsibility to use it while most tanks only have a few. Do you think tanks should carry more utility? I feel like tanks have plenty of personal utility already, in that their primary function appears to be keeping themselves alive. Like, the way they handle quote-unquote party mitigation is making sure they're taking the damage and then minimizing it. Like, I feel like them having less party utility is reasonable. There's also the part that if tanks got more party utility, what would that be? Like, all 4 tanks have some sort of a party-wide mitigation, where Paladin, Gunbreaker, and Dark Knight has damage reduction, where Paladin has Passage of Arms, and the 2 others have magic damage reduction. And Warrior and Paladin both have a barrier to apply to everyone, and they can also heal everyone. If you got more of this, then I don't think what it would be is that, tanks will help carry, help with the work. It would be the tanks will take the work, because right now we are in a state where there are ultimates that can be beaten with no healer. I feel like that says more about how insanely stacked the toolkit of all the jobs are than the amount of responsibility the healers have. Like, in fact, there's almost an argument to be made that tanks should have even less utility, because clearly they have too much if you can do supposedly incredibly hard content with no healer. But part of the reason why it can be a difficult conversation is because it's about encounter design, right? The reason why healers feel like they take a lot of the work is because, well, every time there's a raid-wide attack, the healers have to react to that. Every time there's a single-target attack, the tanks have to react to that, if it's targeting them. Which it might not, but it usually is. But it doesn't feel as much, because it's only when the tank is being targeted they have to do something. But there might almost be a better argument to say that DPS jobs should have more utility. But again, if the healers are shown to sometimes be unneeded, then I feel like the problem is that everyone else has too much utility. Ham says, don't all tanks have at least one party mitigation cooldown and reprisal? Exactly. Gazel says Glare 2 would be Gurerara, which is kind of a mouthful, where Glare 3 is Gureaga. Exactly. But yeah, I think the problem is that there would be too many R's in those spell names, I guess. Eleven says, I feel like Nero's a fun character after Realm Reborn, but I can't like him because I'm always forced to see him cry about how Gaius Senpai doesn't notice him instead of Sid. You keep getting reminded of his villain arc. But yeah, that's kind of my perspective on that, and so is that I feel like we shouldn't be handing out more utility to tanks and DPS when people are playing around with the idea of, I don't think we need healers. Like, that should be like the immediate like hard break on giving anyone anything other than healers need to be more important. And yet that's also true, Liv. The only way for tanks to be reasonably given more, like, your party utility is if raids then have even more stuff happening so that you spend it on something. But that also perfectly aligns with what I've been saying, is that as long as tanks have invulns that can be used against a tank buster, then you will need to make sure that the tank buster happens often enough that the tanks can't just, like, delete that problem with the invuln every time. And one of the ways they combated this problem was in the second raid tier of Endwalker, where a lot of tank busters had a dot. Like, a really nasty dot, and if you just used your invuln, what would happen is you would die to the dot after your invuln ran out. Like, it wouldn't die instantly, but either you would die because of the damage, or you would die because your healers would kill you out of annoyance and hatred. They would just, like, come over and just use mitigation. Eleven says, doesn't the first boss of the vault have an attack called Holiest of them? Yeah, something like that, like something like Holiest of Holy. That is true. that was how quickly we reached the peak of Holy. Exactly, Traverse. I believe P5S, so that's a proto-carbuncle for anyone wondering, was the one that really started to pull the spotlight to go, do you know what dot snapshotting is? Because it's a tank buster that hurts kind of a lot, but you can just invuln it. But it puts like a 15-second dot on you as a side effect, and that dot does more damage than the tank buster, like, over its duration. So if you just invuln the hit itself, you'll still, like, the moment your Hallowed Ground or Super Bolide ends, if you use that, you will, like, over 2 ticks take, like, half your HP in damage, just boom, boom, if not more than that. And if you're a warrior or a Dark Knight, wow, good job, but you're taking the whole dot in your face. So we're having trouble healing you because you're taking this massive dot because you didn't use any defensives aside from an invuln. And yeah, for anyone wondering, invulnerability does not actually reduce the damage of an attack. It just, like, it doesn't matter whether it's at the start or the end, but at some point in the calculation it just says ×0 and sets it to 0. But that doesn't count as actual damage reduction. So once the invulnerability ends, you take full damage. But yes, as others mentioned, I believe Liv said, if you give the tanks more utility, then encounters will have to be balanced around you having more utility. And right now, tanks certainly don't need more utility. I could see there being reason to give DPS more utility, just because I think it would be great if DPS players had to actually interact with the fight more than just attacking the big striking dummy. I don't know what those DPS players actually see the enemy as, but it wouldn't surprise me if some of them just view bosses like walking striking dummies. I think that would be nice. But then again, healers need to be more important, so maybe it's better if we don't give anyone more utility and just let healers catch up in relevancy.
Tell me for whom.
A loot pinata. Same, Wavers. I really enjoy playing Reaper because every time there is a raid wide, I can use Feint or Arcane Crest, and if I use Arcane Crest, I'll take less damage, but I'll also heal everyone. Like, every raid wide is an opportunity to do something helpful.
Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception.
And so I was thinking about a hypothetical rework for both tanks and healers, having mitigation exclusively for tanks and healing exclusively for healers, and have them do comparable damage. I don't think that would work, because half of the healers are designed entirely on the basis that they're helping with mitigation. Scholar and Sage especially. Like, yes, Astrologian and White Mage has a bit as well, but the entire premise of the barrier healers is I heal you a little bit all the time, but I'm mainly helping you with surviving as well. So that would require a pretty big overhaul. And I think, honestly, if we were to have a major overhaul of tanks and healers in any capacity, I can only imagine that this kind of overhaul would make it emphasize healers healing more. And what I mean by that is not, oh, they'll protect you from damage less. No. You're going to be attacking less. That's what a healer rework would do. They would reduce the amount of free healing you get, so you have to cast it. That, I think, would be a better rework for healers. And at the same time, you're going to say tanks should be more focused on managing enmity and taking less damage. They should, but I think a big part about that is that it's more so that tanks don't have, like, ultra complicated rotations compared to DPS jobs, specifically so that you have time to look at your defensive cooldowns. There's, of course, that's of course a sliding scale. Gunbreaker and Dark Knight have slightly more involved rotations that require more button presses for attacking, but that's like part of the reason why, so that they have space to use their defensive tools. Castle says, get us back our damage buttons as healers. I mean, the two options are either give healers more attack options, so it's more engaging to be a healer that is attacking all the time, or actually make it a healer that is healing and not really attacking. And they could do this and still make healers functional alone. Like they can have it like make it so that they have like the old cleric stance where you can switch to DPS mode, but make it like something you can't just switch out of in the middle of a fight, so that you will only use it when you're doing solo content. That way they can make it so that healers have terrible damage in dungeons, but they are still fine in solo content, where they don't need to cast heals all the time. That would be a way to go about it. Again, there's probably a more elegant way to do it. But I do think that it is weird that, like, personally, I can't picture the development team going through a major rework of healers to justify them doing more damage specifically. I could more reasonably see them rework healers to have a more engaging attack rotation or less emphasis on attack rotation. Like, those are the paths I could see happen if they were to, like, do a major amount of changes. But of course, I can't see the future. Trevor says, what about increasing outgoing damage so the healers don't have as much time to deal damage versus heal? See, part of the problem is actually... the only problem isn't that... the only problem that... that there is with that is that... let me try that again. The reason why I think that might be a bad... might not be the best idea on its own, is that part of the reason why healers are so focused on just attacking all the time is because, how many healing spells do the healers have? Like... Scholar gets its last healing spell at level 35, right? Hey, Mia, hope you're doing well. And Sage technically gets their last... Well, they get Noma, but that's technically an attack and healing spell. But they get their, like, last healing spell that you could spam if there was a lot more damage incoming at level 30, because they get Eucrasia then. Astrologian gets... they get Macrocosmos in the same way, but their last healing spell is Aspected Helios at level 42, I believe. And White Mage, they're the outlier because they get, like, Afflatus Rapture at 76? I believe it's 76. But they're the weird one. If, like, I'm pretty sure people would be a little bit more engaged in, you know, casting healing spells and be interested in doing that if we had been given more of those. But most of the healing spells we have are from Heavensward, really. And I get that, Gazel. I do get that. Like, that is also part of the reason why it would be dangerous to just try and overhaul healers. Because the thing is, the people who are maining healers right now are maining healers for a reason. Like, it's because they enjoy it, probably. We kind of have to assume that they're enjoying it and they're not just playing it because they have to. And that's why we can't just go, well, I think healers should only be healing, and then just rework it so that everyone has to deal with my preference, right? And on the opposite end, some people enjoyed when healers had a more involved rotation. Michael said, I think to make DPS more team relevant is to give them more debuffs. Not in the sense of a team damage buff, but more like slows on bosses. You know, Michael, that would be a great idea if only bosses weren't basically immune to every single debuff under the sun. Otherwise, that would be a wonderful idea. Emil says, is there anything left? We were actually just about to get ready to spam dungeons. Which means we would be doing Kitana Ravel. I'm pretty sure we did everything. Yep. Gazel says, for example, Dragon Kick used to lower targets' intelligence. That is correct. There used to be all sorts of debuffs you could maintain. Yes, I already did PvP. There was all sorts of debuffs you could maintain and choose to cast. If I remember correctly, Miasma, one of the dots Summoner and Scholar used to have, reduced strength and dex or something like that. In addition to all the other stuff it did. I think it reduced it by a little bit. No, wait, it slowed. That's right. Miasma actually slowed the enemies so they ran slower. And Virus reduced strength and dex. And if you then used, if you were specifically an Arcanist, so Scholar or Summoner, Virus would then also reduce int and mind when you used it. And the reason why it mattered that it was Arcanist was because Virus was a cross-class action. So a Black Mage could take Virus. I don't know if you would. It had a cast time, from what I could see, when I looked back on it. But then it would only be for physical damage if you weren't an Arcanist. Thank you for joining, Rust. Haru says Dark Knight used to be red DPS. In Final Fantasy XI, maybe. Right. Anyway, we will be doing Kitana Ravel repeatedly. If you want to come along for that. No, Ham, maybe you want to join? You don't have to, but since you're here. Give Dark Knight more damage. Give damage, please. Do we have any takers for healing? Anyone? Eleven says all jobs are supposed to deal damage to make them all DPS. You know, there are players that would claim that is already where we are. Samurai tank sounds like a pretty cool idea. I believe it was in the in Log Horizon, the anime, that Samurai was a tank in this game that they're in. And the way they tanked is that they just did like one extremely big attack with like their resource, and they had to like, you know, the EI stance and then like one mega hit, and then hopefully that grabs enough attention that they have time to build up for a new mega hit. I think that sounded extremely... Like, there's a lot of classes in Log Horizon where I'm like, oh man, that sounds awesome. Can we have that in an actual game? Are you Final Fantasy XIV's villain in glasses? Maybe. Shire is very fun. Ah! Michael says, a real counter move for Samurai would be cool. You know, Third Eye used to do more than what it does today. The way Third Eye used to work is that it gave you a buff that gave you access to 2 different actions. You could use, I believe it was called Miracle Eyes, which healed you for like about half of a second wind. Like around half a second wind, but you could use it after every single use of, like every time Third Eye was activated, you could do it. And then you could also use, I can't remember exactly, it was like one of those Hisats attacks that costs some resource. But I believe it cost 15, where our typical spender only costs... or the typical spender costs 25, so this spender was slightly more, like, resource effective. And you know how that works. Do you think it was optimal to use Miracle Eyes? Do you think it was a DPS loss to not use the other one? Because that was usually how it went. Why would you heal yourself when you could do damage? A tank with a pet is also one that I've said I would love to see. That sounds like a terrible idea, Liv. I don't think you want that. Guy buying the rising stones from under Ruin and the Scions. It's mine now. Just teaming up with Tataru under everyone's noses. It is very interesting in MMOs where they don't like do this thing where they basically decide which classes are tanks and which ones are not. And what happens when you do that is that sometimes the players just discover that something works. Like the ninja thing you mentioned, Xanadus. That by simply not telling the players, oh no, a ninja can't tank, the players will go, well, this kinda works. And then just roll with it. But these days, it seems like it's very common that you just go, well, the tank is tanking. So to have a job or a class that can tank, you kinda need to have the magical amount of aggro generation for it to function at all, right? So like, either they have to make it so like, imagine this for a moment. Imagine an MMO, or an RPG, but sure, an MMO is usually where we really care about this, right? But imagine an MMO where all the classes, whichever they are, just have that classic like tank toggle. That just make, like, they have all sorts of buffs and cooldowns they can access, but all of them have, like, the classic, oh, you toggle this, and then you do 10 times more threat, or enmity, or aggro, whatever you call it. So if you find a way to tank with this random class, we won't stop you. You can just switch to tank mode if you so desire. That would be interesting. So we could give provoke to every... Yeah, basically, this is actually what we have in Bozja, right? You just pick the plate bearer essence or something like that, then you have the defense to take the hit. And then you grab provoke, which gives you the enmity multiplier and makes you take less damage for a while. But only non-tanks can choose this, because if a tank could choose this, it would be a little overpowered. Because they already have all the tools they need. I specifically remember there was this one time where I was tanking as Black Mage in Delubrum Reginae normal. There's also Summoner where you could tank with your pet. New red mage meta, turn on tank stance, steal enmity, spam cast for cure on yourself. Well, it's a good idea, but you would actually run out of MP doing that. It's a good idea. And also very foreboding. A long time ago, back when Smol Kai was in Stormblood, I can't remember who it was, but there is someone who came from Final Fantasy XI, was specifically very distraught, very sad, that Paladin couldn't be a healer in Final Fantasy XIV. And we talked a little bit about that while we hung out in... How did I not get aggro on those? I'm sorry. I didn't even notice. This person was very, very sad that Paladin could not be a healer. And when I then, dug a little bit deeper on it, it turns out, and you see, the reason I say turns out is because I obviously didn't play Final Fantasy XI, but in Final Fantasy XI, Paladin can tank while being a healer. As in, the Paladin holds aggro by healing themselves. So you don't, like, you basically, you have you just get aggro and then you're just playing healer now, but you're also holding aggro. How did you not get aggro? I think those two bats, I missed them initially, and then I just kept not hitting them because it was more focused on not dying myself. Yeah, you can probably, already predict how it, in Final Fantasy XIV, where the, it's supposed to be a lot more, grounded in a way, the power balance in the game. That it would be very, very unfair if one of the tanks also was a healer, just in addition. So, you could bring a... I know that this is going to be very ironic. You could bring a warrior and a gunbreaker. Wait, you already brought a healer. Weird. But you could bring a warrior and a gunbreaker, and then you would still need, a pure healer and a barrier healer for your group. But if you brought a paladin, you could go one less healer and just, deal with just go one healer, two tanks, and then have an extra DPS. Because the paladin will do the extra healing needed. Sounds very fair, doesn't it? Yeah, that could make. I can see why you would do that, Travis. It's not so much that healing spells generated a lot more. I think I'm pretty sure that it was more about that other sources of enmity didn't outpace it so hard. The amount of damage players did relative to their HP and things like that, I think was a little bit less crazy. Relative. relatively speaking, so the enmity was less distant, you could say. And then nowadays you also just have, you know, crazy tank stances. I'm probably going to be using Living Dead in this upcoming pull. However, there's this little jank we're doing first. I'm trying to, at least. Did I not do it right? Why are the monkeys not coming down? That took a long, long time. The trick is if you pull all of the mobs out of this area, then the extra mobs up there come down earlier, but I seem to have miscalculated how far you had to go. Sorry about that. Wait, but the paladins are getting duty finder already do all the healing for the healers. But the thing is, healing enmity was a lot more significant back in the day. I'm not saying it wasn't. It's just that there's a lot of things that have moved, and healer enmity is just the thing that has not moved by comparison. Back in Stormblood, in Swallow's Compass, which has like the final boss is this Monkey King. And at some point he summons like a circle of ads, like the entire outer ring of the arena gets ads. And one really effective way to round up all of the mobs in an instant, I discovered, because I played Paladin at the time, was once the mobs spawned, I would just immediately cast Clemency on myself. And because I had the tank stance on, it generated a decent amount of enmity, so everything came to me. And this was particularly helpful because, you know how when mobs spawn in the middle of a fight, they kind of just stand there for a little bit, like, I exist now. And usually the most effective way to get them to move today and not tomorrow is to hit them. Like, do something to make them spring into action. And casting that Clemency had a tendency to get them to move immediately. Which made everything go a little faster. Eleven says, I checked the Log Horizon wiki and Monk is actually an evasion tank job. Nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I seem to recall there was like there were classes specialized in being support in that story. Brah, too late. Like, I believe Shirei was one of those. He could move, he could debuff enemies to make others do more damage to them, but he himself wasn't good at doing damage. He could, like, buff and stuff like that. Okay, like, it's been a while since I watched it, but like, there was a lot to it, which was, like... The problem with that is that, and when I'm saying a problem, is like, I'm thinking in actual MMO, is that it can be really hard to make a support job or support class without it either being not good enough or too good, right? Like, because of how they like, they have a tendency to scale with the power of the group or the amount of players in the group. Yeah, dude, I was thinking of that as well, Eleven, that Shirei could move mana around, but I couldn't remember for certain, which is why I, like, skipped over that. But I did remember that as well, so I guess that is true. Ah, yes, that's the one. Traverse says, Thornbind Hostage. Added 5 thorns that bound the target and exploded for high damage when a party member attacked that target. Like... Things like that is, like, you could make it so that you put a debuff on the enemy that makes it so that the rest of your, like, that you do damage whenever the rest of your team does damage. But how do you balance that? Because if you just leave it uncapped, you could say, then you either have a situation where this class, the support class, is terrible in dungeons because it's balanced around having more players in the group, or it's complete insanity in a full, like, in a bigger group because you just do more damage per player present. So, like, it would have some, like, upper limit or something for that to make sense. But it is complicated to come up with support classes. Like, let's not forget that the World of Warcraft, somewhat recently, it's been a while by now, introduced its first support specialization, and it instantly completely destroyed all balance in the game. In World of Warcraft retail, which is already kinda crazy all over the place with balance. Hey, we got a new chest piece. All right then. Right, well, we didn't unlock anything new. Oh, something that is worth keeping in mind there, Darth, is that in vanilla and early TBC days, the reason why certain shaman styles were, like, supportive was probably more so because their buffs just way outstripped, the, like, way overperformed compared to the class's actual damage. With the new class, or the new specialization in Dragonflight, it's one where it's literally designed to be like, oh, yeah, your damage sucks. However, you're really good at making everyone else do good damage. Like, it's designed to be a support from the start. Whereas I believe in, like, World of Warcraft, it was more so a thing of, they made some classes and gave them some tools to do, like, certain things. And then there's also the part that back then, it wasn't actually that Elemental Shaman broke the balance of the game. It was just more that, I believe it was more so a case of if you had the option to bring a Shaman, you wanted to bring a Shaman. Because Wind Fury is really nice. The new one completely crushed it. But I guess you're right in that they used to have support classes in a way by that logic, but I don't think they were intended to be necessarily. I think it's complicated with this. But you know what? You're probably right that they used to have them by that metric. Just occurred to me, for some reason I was like, oh, if we leveled up, we didn't have to do Kitana Ravel again. We would have to do Kitana Ravel more. Because it's level 75, of course. You need a Love Knight title. That should really have been the title you get for completing like the level 60 Dark Knight quest, in my opinion. What support ability is that, Liv? For this Dawnblade? Because I never played that game. That says they removed them for the reasons you said. I don't think they removed... I think I missed that part when I read over your message the first time, but I don't think they removed Elemental Shaman as a support, given that it's kind of still existed in Classic. But I think they just rebalanced it a bit. At some point, they also made it so that Wind Fury Totem actually is party-wide. Like, it isn't just your party, right? But I do get what you're going for, that it was better as a support class back then, right? I think that's ultimately what you're mourning, is that it was better as a support class, like as a dedicated support, right? And that was lost at some point. And if that's what you mean, then I get what you mean. Katana Ravel. That's the title you get from Warrior level 60 to 70 questline. Maybe that would be Love Warrior. We just have all of the job quests have some weird love story happen, and then somehow explain that every single class just has love class titles. Oh yeah, Liv, I can't possibly imagine how that couldn't be overpowered. Wow. A raid damage buff that heals everyone and makes you take less damage. I think we should give this to Black Mage. Don't you all think so? I think that would be very fair and balanced. I feel like Black Mage was missing something. Added to ley lines. Very, very fair and balanced. The only thing missing from that is if you tell me, Liv, that damage boosting buffs are not a thing, in Destiny, so it's like a rare thing that there is this one exception. And it just so happens to be complete insanity, super broken. Like, on top of that. And no one will complain about the Black Mage standing in ley lines, because they're all standing in it. Alright guys, we have to bait the AoEs out of our ley lines. %25 damage buff, and also damage reduction, and also healing. It's like the rate buff equivalent of Eyes. Like if you cast it real good, it also makes you like it also does your homework, cooks your dinner. Eight players crammed into the tiny patch of ground that is ley lines. I mean, if ley lines actually reduce the cast times of everyone, then that would happen. Like the only line, like the only text in the ley lines tooltip that they would need to change to make ley lines completely change how we play the game is change it from being when you stand in the ley lines to anyone standing in the ley lines. And then the effect. And that's all you would need to do. Oh, I think I remember someone saying that a while back, Liv. I made a video some time ago. I actually have made 2 of them on the channel throughout its lifespan. Video on the subject of, is the 2-minute burst a problem? Should we do something about, like, is it something that should be done something about? Is it a problem? And one solution, I can't remember who said it, but someone mentioned, well, in Destiny, I guess Destiny 2, I don't know if they are different in this particular regard, but most raid buffs like these don't actually stack. So you wouldn't do this because it wouldn't work. There it is, exactly as Michael said. Only the strongest effect would activate. What if the boss is standing in the ley lines? Oh boy. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Wow! That was a close call, cat. Have bosses be affected by raid buffs. That would be interesting. Add a new... add like a new raid buff. That... Oh, we got Dark Missionary. Phew. Add a new raid buff that is like... increases the damage of you and nearby party members by... like something crazy like 20%, but also increase the damage done by nearby enemies by 20%. I'm sure that wouldn't go bad. I'm sure that wouldn't cause any problems whatsoever. I'm sure this can only be a good idea. Right, everyone? That would be quite funny. Yeah, actually, that could work as a blue mage spell. that could work. Because you would like the key thing with blue mage is that the reason why it can get away with all these ridiculous like spell interactions is mainly because you would never randomly bring a blue mage into your group. You would always know that you have a blue mage in your group and why they're in your group. Like, they wouldn't suddenly randomly be there. And you would probably know why something weird happens. Because it's the blue mage. And how's it going, Galaxy? How's the mass carnival going? Oh, Grau, there's both a potion for it in Bosha. There's also specific, like, banners you can use that has similar effects of, like, giving you a huge damage bonus of some kind. But, like, increase the damage you take, or something to that effect. I think there's, like, 1 or 2 of them. Is Dark Missionary edible? Maybe. I mean, I do think, as some of you say about Destiny 2, is that if that making it so that you can't just stack every single buff under the sun is probably a good, like, is pretty balanced, that you can't do that. That is, of course, especially good if everyone has buffs. Like, if everyone has some sort of buff, then it isn't super unfair if like, it's not such a big deal. Oh, never mind. I should not have used arm's length there. It's not super unfair if you if people overlap their buffs and then one of them goes to waste if you have plenty of them. Like, one of the problems there would be in Final Fantasy XIV if they made such a system where only the strongest buff would actually function is because, could you imagine that for a moment? Just the openers. And you just have to, like, stagger everything. It would be particularly aggravating for the jobs that have, like, rotational mechanics related to their raid buffs. Like, well, I cannot delay my Arcane Circle because I need my Enshroud to make the most of the other raid buffs that are coming, right? Like, I need mine. And then there's the Dancers that's like, well, I need my technical finish. Otherwise, I don't get all my Esprit for my burst. Like, if we wanted, like, if the development team wants to make it so that raid buff stacking like we do now is prohibited or indirectly made bad in some way, or directly made bad, in fact, it would kind of require some changes to some jobs to make it so that you don't feel like you have to. Oh, gloves. Glove. guy is a dungeon master this week. Ta-da! It comes with a reward of 400k XP. We've kind of reached the level range where the interesting ability unlocks have kind of been done. So it's like, oh, what are we getting at level 78? Oh, well, then we're getting this at level 80, I guess. That's kind of nice. At level 82, that's... level 84, you... you get the meme, the legend, enhanced unmeant. The best trait in the game, am I right? It's all downhill after TBN. Living Shadow is really cool and very interesting. Like, technically, it's just a button you press every 2 minutes. Practically, though. Trevor says dancers already deal with that when there are other dancers in the party. Or maybe they don't. As far as I've seen, if 2 dancers use technical finish at the same time, they both get the Esprit, you just don't get double up on the buffs. And often, dancers will just go, whatever, I'll just do my open, I don't care. But it's the same problem with like Reapers, where it's like, should I postpone my enshroud, my arcane circle? I can't because I need my enshroud. Dragoons could do it because battle litany, whatever, right? Enjoy your food, 11. And like that applies for a lot of jobs, but it's mainly the ones that really hate it when they have to like delay their raid buff. It's like Reaper, Dancer, Monk, Ninja, kind of, because Monk gives them resources that they need for the burst. Did I mention Dancer? That's a lot of jobs. Silverman says, I love Living Shadow lore-wise, but 20-second duration, and it wastes 7 of those 20 seconds. Those 7 of those 20 spawning really turns me off from the skill. See, the interesting thing with Living Shadow and Summon Bahamut and Phoenix and Automaton Queen is that it's weird that they have that. Like, it would have made more sense if they just made it so that the timer starts when they start attacking. But the duration is it's not that if it like lasted longer it would do more attacks. The point is it's going to do these attacks. It just spends the first amount of seconds doing that. If I remember correctly, so there was a change to there was a change to Automaton Queen and your little robot, the turret, where they changed it so that before, well, the new version is that it just does more damage. So if you use 50 battery gauge on summoning it, it does X damage. If you use 100, it does X times 2. Before the rework, it does X damage per second, right, per attack, and if you use double battery on it, it will spend twice as long attacking. But because it had a spawn-in animation, it didn't double the duration, it added like twice the duration to the part of the robot where it was there attacking. Which was a little weird, but it makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Brook Auto-Turret. Thank you. Right, everyone ready for Kitana Rabble round 3? When was this, Gazel? That enhanced unmeant used to make your next unleash cost no MP. Oh, that was from back in Stormblood, right? Or even in Heavensward. Indeed, there was a time where Unleash cost MP to use. Exactly, Vivi. That is really the problem here. I've done the same. Like, okay, fine, I'll save my cooldown so we don't overlap, and then the other dancer, like, slacks on it, so I have to adjust again. That's why I've just become that dancer that just goes, whatever, I'll just use my cooldowns where it makes sense for me. Because there's, like, I can't repeatedly fix it. Like, then we as a group altogether will lose more than we would have gained from me actually using my cooldowns. Buff rotation, what's that? Is that edible? Does it make my Midare Setsugeka do bigger numbers? Then actually, while we're on that subject, Dazzle, how good was it actually, the old enhanced unmend? Just give me chitin. Indeed. Because it's not like you were spamming unmend. Like, enhanced unmend cost, like, unmend used to cost MP as well because it was a spell. So, what enhanced unmanned did back then was more like just giving you one on the house because you just paid for a worse spell, you could say. But I will certainly agree that the enhanced unmanned Endwalker edition is worse. Kaiten, yes. We lost Kaiten. It's been like over a year, hasn't it? Since we lost Kaiten. No, wait. I think it's still a few months. Yeah, that makes sense, Gazel. That's also kind of what I meant with, like, it's kind of like they're just refunding you. You weren't going to use unmeant if you could avoid it anyway. But if you had it, like if you had to, then it was nice that it let you get a free unleash. Michael, are you talking about Kaiten? Good old Kaiten. Yeah, the reason for that, I think, is that like it was a pretty signature ability of Samurai that felt, I think, a bit sudden that they just like decided to remove it. The thing is that I will say that it added quote unquote unnecessary complexity to the job. But the counter argument to that is, what is necessary complexity? Like, why is it justified that Astrologian has to mess with its weird card mechanic, but Samurai doesn't get to have Kaiten, right? So what exactly qualifies as necessary versus unnecessary complexity is hard to say. But the reason why I think a lot of people were very mad or very sad about the removal of Kaiten is also the simple fact that the toolkit of Samurai was extremely focused on Kaiten. Like, I should know, given that only shortly prior to that, I had just made a guide on Samurai, and every single part of the guide was like my high-level guide was like, alright, so this is how Kaiten works. Okay, so now that you're at this level, this is how you'll use Kaiten. So now that you're at this level, you'll use Kaiten like this. And this is how Kaiten plays into your opener and your rotation and blah, 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 blah. With Kaiten. Like, there was so much stuff about Kaiten that when I saw, oh, they're deleting Kaiten, I was looking at my guide like, well, you're not relevant anymore. Like, it just instantly was made completely obsolete. Like, the rest of the job was adjusted to account for there no longer being Kaiten. But Kaiten was just, you click it, you spend 20 of your Kenki gauge, and your next GCD does 50% more damage. It's not, like, super complex. It's just that a lot of the job was just designed around this particular aspect. So when it was deleted, it changed a lot about how Samurai felt. The fact that you could no longer spend a resource to make an even bigger number also meant that the way that the job felt in like a damage number way was changed. As in, now you get to use, like, you get more damage numbers, but it's a lot more smaller damage numbers rather than like a really big Midata Setsugeka, because it, like, I believe it was 800 potency, and then you use Kaiten, so it's 1200 potency. You get some raid buffs, and then you get a crit, a direct crit, because back then it wasn't guaranteed to do that. And then you see, like, one of the biggest numbers you could make. And that's also true, Gazel. That is also true that... Sorry. The reason that the developers gave for the removal of Kaiten was really, really stupid. Like, that is true. The argument that you can make that the ability added unnecessary complexity, I think was also something that was, like, mentioned, maybe? Or maybe that's something I just think was said. But the reason given was reducing button bloat. And the core thing that people pointed to, as Gazel says, was that Samurai, to this day, has Ikishoten, which enables Oginamikiri, which is a separate button, and Oginamikiri turns into Kaishinamikiri when it is available, right? And the time you have to use, like the time where Oginamikiri is available is less time than the total cooldown of Ikishoten. So if Ikishoten and Oginamikiri shared buttons, there would never be a situation where you wouldn't be able to use Ikishoten even though it was off cooldown. Like, that would never be a problem, because the cooldown of Ikishoten is longer than the time frame where you would be able to use Oginamikiri. So I guess there the logic was, as Gazel says, people were mad because if the problem was button bloat, there were other options that wouldn't drastically change how the job worked. Like, there were other things that could have been removed instead that just wasn't. But it's also just the part that because you always wanted to use Kaiten every time you used an Iaijutsu, it meant that it changed how the job plays in a way, the way it looks and feels. Like, the fact that you had to lead every Iaijutsu with some sort of like OGCD cooldown, or OGCD resource, you could say, meant that the Iaijutsus felt more weighty. They also were more weighty because they did 50% more damage. And yeah, exactly, Michael. The thing is, the way it was different with Kaiten was like most of those things you're saying, you also did back then. The main difference was simply that you couldn't just go blah 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 and spend all of your Kenki at once, because you needed to make sure you had some for Kaiten. And then you would use Kaiten every time there was a big attack. Every time. Gazel mentions the animations. Yeah, so as I was saying, I do show this in my first video, my first guide on Samurai years ago at this point. I actually show the animation of Kaiten in the video when I talk about it. Even though it's a level 50 guide, I felt that Kaiten was, such a crucial part of the job that as I wasn't going to make a high-level guide in Shadowbringers, I still included the basic tutorial on how to use Kaiten in the level 50 guide, even though Kaiten was level 52. And Kaiten had like this blade flourish animation that flowed nicely into the Iaijutsu. Which is now technically just gone. You can't do it anymore. Some players have, like, I'm pretty sure a lot of players have said, can we just have like an emote so we can do it? But ultimately, as I was saying, the job wasn't that different with Kaiten. Like, it wasn't that big of a difference. It's just that it felt a lot more different. Which, to some capacity, you could say is more important. I have more examples of that. and more things that makes it so that this change made the job feel like less like complex as a result. Before before chitin was removed, well, let me start with, as it stands right now, your Kenki spenders, which is your dash in, your jump out, and your two like dumping abilities, the single target and the AoE one. The single target one does 10 potency per Kenki, your dash in does 10 potency per Kenki, your dash out does 10 potency per Kenki, and then also gives you the enhanced NP, but that's a GCD thing. Before chitin was removed, they weren't so perfectly balanced. So choosing to use your dash in or dash out was actually something that cost you something. Like it cost the resource just like it does now, but the way that it cost you something was that it was technically a DPS loss if you didn't need the gap close or the jump away effect. And that is an awkward XP range. I have done the tribe quests, yes. What can we do then? We could do some hunt marks. But because of that, there was more to think about. And then there was also the fact that it didn't actually matter that whether the dash in and jump away were like, if they were resource neutral with your resource dumps, because chitin was significantly stronger than all of them. So like it wasn't relevant what you could do with 10 Kenki. What was important was what you could do with 20, because you could use chitin then, and that was just better. This is the wrong place. Thank you, Gazo. Yeah, it is complicated, but basically the removal of chitin had like this snowball effect of things that got removed that people maybe wanted to keep. See, Colusia. There's one in Lakeland. Oh, two in Lakeland. The particular thing I remember in regards to the Kenki management of before chitin was removed is that I remember looking at like other max level guides, and generally the consensus was like for your 2-minute burst and stuff like that, sure, you could stockpile a bit of Kenki, but really what matters is you have enough for chitin. As long as you have that, like, just don't focus too much on that. It might be a little overwhelming to deal with all of that. Nowadays, it's like, what else do you have to track? if you can bring in extra Kenki into your burst, it is objectively better than not doing that. So and I just remember that specifically. Because it was such a specific change that, oh, now that doesn't, like, there is so little to keep track of. So track this now, which is a pretty strong indicator that something has become very simple. If the guide is like, I mean, what else are you using that brain power for. Which is, of course, not exactly how it was worded, but it was like, we don't have to not stockpile, whereas before, it was a little harder. Look, it's Wolverine! I should have attacked this one instead. There's two right here. Oops. Let's see. Ilmeg. Ilmeg. There more than one Ilmeg. Just one. But this one. No Ilmeg. You're there. You're... Bruh. I know, right, Gazel? What's the point of a resource if there's only one spender? Wouldn't it be more interesting if you could spend it on a bunch of things? I love the directions from these. I'm pretty sure the killer bees are a little more up north. Killer bee! Where you... Oh. The Urianje building. Thank you. One. Just one. Ham is ready for blood. Destruction approaches. Just occurred to me that... Wait, is the werewood all the way up there? Is it really all the way up there? Yeah, this is also something that we were talking about on the community Discord earlier. That back in the day, the jobs had like a lot more options. But the reason why we don't have all those options these days is potentially because many of them were redundant. Like, if you gave Summoner a different spender than Fester and Painflare, the instant we know which one is better, that's the one we're using. How would you make an additional spender? I don't know. Like, we used to have Bane, which spread dots, which... Oh, there's one over there. Which we don't have anymore, so we don't have any need for any other spenders, I guess. But that's generally how it goes. How much XP does it give to... Oh, it gives no XP to kill them because we're in a group. It's fine. Can we do this? Can we do the Fate? Do the Fate? Because I need, like... I just need to do something. Just do a thing. Do the thing. Wouldn't it have been hilarious if it gave me like 10k XP and I didn't level up? Right, back to town we go. I also like how the jobs are currently in here. It's most, like, the thing is, when I think most of us, and when I say us, I of course mean both me, people in the chat, people in general who play the game, I think most of the community and the player base at large like how the jobs are, because if they didn't like them, there's a reasonable chance they would have just quit. Like, surely you can find at least one job you like. Otherwise, you will hate playing the game. So why would you? But I can still understand that... oh, look, it's a Buster Sword. That's pretty good. I can still understand that people still would like... something better, and that's actually probably the real problem here, is that people aren't like mad that the jobs are the way that they are. It's more that they wish they were better, right? Like, for example, Gazel saying, I wish I had Bane, I wish I had more dots on Scholar, but Gazel still mains Scholar as far as I know. It's not a Buster Sword, it's a Kaister Sword. It's not very big, no. Exactly, Gazel. Precisely. You can like a job and still, like, have complaints. Like, in other words, it's fine, but if it had this, it would be better. By the way, is there anyone here that I can ask for repair? Should I find a mender? Thank you. By the way, just checking in. If there's anyone that wants to sit out, like anyone that is like, okay, I've done my bit, then we can like have a little bit of a switcheroo. I know we are technically 5. Can we do it like that? That also works perfectly because Gazel is also level 77. And that is also a very good point, Michael. Like, exactly. Who's the most likely to complain about a job? Is probably more so the person who plays it than the ones who don't. Because the ones who don't already decided they like something else more. Okay, Ymir, I hope you get well soon. And enjoy your break. Huh! That's interesting. Ham says, Ymir still has my dance partner, but does not seem to get a standard finish. And I can just see there's no devilment on Ymir or anything. That's very interesting. That it didn't remove that when the party makeup changed. That's weird science. Hey Chunky Bits and Mutant Sekram, hope you're both doing very well. And that's also true, Zekrom. There's a lot of people that don't even play a job because FFLogs tells them that the job is lower DPS even though they want to enjoy it. And you know what the dumbest part about that is? And you just want to finish on this before I queue for the dungeon. The dumbest part about that is that Final Fantasy XIV's balance is so good that in nearly all content, I'm saying nearly because I know a specific example where it isn't true, but in nearly all content, you can play anything you want, any combat job except Blue Mage because of limited job. But you could play anything you want, and it's fine, like, it's good enough. At most, you're doing very slightly less DPS than, like, otherwise. When I say nearly, there's a particular example. The level 70 ultimates, Summoner is so insanely good in that level range, and Black Mage is, on the other hand, so insanely bad in that level range that the best argument when people are like, okay, so how do you optimize Black Mage for this ultimate is you play Summoner. Like, if you're going to be optimizing, start by not playing the bad mage, right? Like, that's how big the span is in that particular area. Like, that's the one area. But in pretty much all other content, there isn't such an excuse. Exactly, Chunky Bits. In pretty much all content, the DPS difference isn't relevant. I've actually made this particular thing up a lot of times. But you know what? I haven't made this joke in a while, so let me just bring it back on the menu. I haven't pulled out the FF logs statistics recently. Oh look, there's an ad. Oh boy. Well, I have to make it bigger so you can see what I'm dealing with because the ad is in the way. Why you do me like this? Thank you. So, you'd hope that when people read logs, they see this, right? They look at this, and you see, oh, well, I mean, Samurai and Monk are basically the same. Then Dragoon comes right after, and then there's Reaper and Blackmail. Like, these Magic 6 up here are all basically equal, right? And then there's like a little dip, and then we have like the ranged physical and the supportive mages, and that's the rest, right? The problem is that they don't see this. They see this. Only this. They just see the job listing. They just see... Yeah, exactly, guys. Actually, they don't see this. They don't see those numbers. Oh, it resizes, so I can't make the joke. They don't see those numbers. They just see that Samurai is way ahead of Dancer, even though it's 7%. And relatively speaking, it's closer to 6 or 5. It's so little that it doesn't matter. But the thing is, it's not about this. In Final Fantasy XIV, there are people that read FF logs like just read the rankings and go, Samurai is best because it's at the top. People do this in any game where there's rankings like this. The context and the details are forgotten about. The important thing is which one is rank 1, right? So for just anyone listening to this stream right now, if you have the thought, I want to play this job, but I don't know if it is good or bad, and I don't want to play it if it's bad because I don't want to waste my time. All the jobs in Final Fantasy XIV are good. That's it. You can play anything. But you can play anything you want. But obviously there's going to be one that is slightly better for a given situation. Like, for example, I said you might not want to play Black Mage in a level 70 ultimate because Black Mage is missing something in that level range, whereas Summoner is not. It just straight up is not missing it. Zegram says, I remember when with Paladin in Endwalker's launch, it was over 10% less DPS than the other tanks. That they were actively excluded from extreme primals. They were excluded for the Savage raid as well. The problem there, the funniest thing about that is that the groups that barred Paladin from entry because it wasn't good enough typically weren't wiping because of the lack of DPS. Himia says Samurai is best because it scales with buffs extremely well. Something like that. The reason, the graphs that I showed right there, or the bars there, they show how much damage each job contributes to the group. Which means that if Samurai does a big meaty crit, which is partly because the dancer used devilment on the Samurai, then the dancer gets some of the credit for that crit, and things like that. So Samurai is really high due to a combination of doing a lot of damage and also, as a result, being a really good conduit to put your buffs on. See... Chunky says the answer is there is not a relevant job difference that compares with your own knowledge of the game. That is also true, but that might also be a little mean. Look, if you're thinking about this, you're too dumb for it to matter. Or that is actually exaggerating. You don't know enough for it to matter. It should be the better way to say it, I guess. I feel like, you know what? Sorry, I think I laid that one on too thick, but. Yeah, the important thing is that unless a specific encounter actually requires you to play a specific job to make it, then there isn't like a requirement ever. That was the problem in P8S, but the simple fact that P8S got nerfed means that the development team insists that what I'm saying, that all jobs are equally viable, is true. They want that to be true. That's final. Mia Clanger says, do those bars show the difference between the most optimal and least optimal within each job? Let me find it again. Whoops. So, this over here is... So we're looking at specifically all bosses in Anabazayas on Savage. So this over here is basically the worst performance, relatively speaking. This over here is the so this is like the averagey worst performance, you could say. And the dot over here, if I remember correctly, is the best performance done ever. And then this is like the upper echelons, like as you can see, the maximum percentile and the minimum percentile. And then the thicker bar is like the inner area. So like a wider bar means that the average performance is like in a bigger span, whereas a thin, like a smaller thick bar here, like a shorter thick bar, means that they have a more consistent average, whereas like the line in the middle is the median, so the most common performance. So actually, like if you're looking at this, right? The most common average performance for Samurai is 91.08, right? The most average performance for Monk is 91.23, so technically if you're average, then Monk is better. Like if you're super average, then Monk is better. By this logic alone, right? But the interesting thing is that this changes at different skill levels. Like this is all percentiles, so that means all logs of clears. As Gazel asks, any bad passes still a clear, right? Indeed, the bad passes are also here. If I then go and say, I want to see the 99th percentile, what that means is I want to see the 1%. Huh. What happened, Samurai? What happened to you? Why are you down there? And also, what happened to that huge gap before? What happened to that? And then up here we have Black Mage in the 99th percentile. So basically, if you're the best, then Black Mage wins. And even so, just keep this in mind, Black Mage doesn't really compete with Machinist, because Machinist is a ranged physical and Black Mage is a mage, so you could bring both in a balanced team. You could. And even if they were competing, Machinist is like 10% weaker than Black Mage. And then Machinist is fully mobile, whereas Black Mage, I mean, if you're really good at Black Mage, then you can move when you need to. So it's not a big deal. But Machinist can just go wherever. So it has this utility. Machinist also has a 10% damage reduction for the raid, and it has Dismantle as a 10% damage reduction for the raid. So Machinist provides the group with more utility than Black Mage, and it is more mobile, so it has an easier time dealing with mechanics. So it would be more likely that your average Machinist is better at dealing with boss mechanics than your average Black Mage. And that is also true, Chonky Bits. Something that is worth keeping in mind is that the reliability of the results is based both on how many passes do we have and how consistent is the sample. And we can start by saying the sample is completely inconsistent. We don't really know anything. The only thing we know is that this is the performances of the different jobs. And when you have the full sample, so all the percentiles, we have over 9,000 samurais. So there's a reasonable chance this result is decent, because there's a lot of them. Compare that to there's only like 3.5 thousand bards, so there's a better chance that this isn't as good. Meanwhile, if we go to the 99th percentile, remember that's the 1%, then you actually would only have like 45 Black Mages, right? 45, that's not a good sample size. That is not a very reliable amount of data. We would need more, right? And that applies for all of them. For all the jobs, you have less than 100 samples in the 1%. So it's not a very good, it's not very good data, honestly. Which is a good catch, good, well spotted, Chonky Bits. I probably would have skipped over that in this spiel if you hadn't pointed it out. But there's so much information that is lost, you could say. There's also the particular point that, and this is one that that has a even stronger tendency to influence this result. The best players, are they playing the worst job in their role, or are they playing the best one? Some of them will play their favorite. Like, they'll just play the one they like best. They don't care. But and those are the predictable part of the sample, you could say, because if Black Mage was popular, then there would be more samples of Black Mage, for example. But some part of the player base, which is what led us to this particular side quest in the first place, some part of the player base will specifically choose to play the best job. And that both means that really bad players are going to pick the best job according to the logs, and then perform poorly. And some will pick it and perform really well. Which means that the jobs that are less great, like those that are less amazing, will have less representation of really good players, because the really good players will not play the middling or outright bad jobs, as Chonky Bits mentions, Red Mage, for example. So it is difficult, and because this data doesn't tell us enough, we can't rely on it. Like, you can't rely on this alone. Also, yeah, exactly. Red Mage shows it because Red Mage is the kind of job that worse players will pick because it has a lot of utility that is very much appreciated in less hardcore groups. Like, having a spammable raise is incredibly nice in a more casual like raid group, you could say. Not very helpful in a more hardcore one that didn't plan to die in the first place. And then it doesn't help that Red Mage's peak performance just isn't anywhere near Black Mage's peak performance. It is actually very much near. It's less than 10% from it, right? Like, that's the point. That's exactly the point. That the power difference is less than 10%. Right? Like, that's the entire point here, that when I say, oh, Red Mage has no chance of reaching Black Mage, meanwhile, Red Mage is so close to Black Mage that it's actually more about crit and damage variance than it is about being like, a Black Mage could play perfectly and then just not get the crits it needed, and then the Red Mage would do better. Because it did. Like, that's how close the jobs are. That unless you are in such a bad state, like an encounter so unfairly balanced, that not only do you need the strongest jobs, you need luck. Only then are we in a situation where it actually matters. Right? Like, that's the only time where it actually matters what job you pick at the end of the day. Exactly, Gleaming. You should be able to, like, that's also the thing. When I said earlier, if you're going to go into level 70 ultimates and you're like, so how do I optimize Black Mage? And the response to that is play Summoner. That is, of course, not to say that you wouldn't be able to beat it with Black Mage. To my understanding, the people that, you know, oh, look, there's an Ymir. The players that do those ultimates are like, yes, it is very beatable. It's not like the DPS check is that hard because of like power creep, right? In Stormblood, this was much harder, but jobs have become stronger. But if you're trying to optimize, then you're trying to be as strong as possible, and if Summoner is so much easier, it is, and so much stronger than Black Mage, the obvious both memey and then not memey answer is don't play Black Mage in that situation. But you could, right? Like that's ultimately what we're getting at, is you could do it. There's just no one who bothered enough, like who cared enough to optimize it. Like I actually sat down and tried to figure out because someone asked about it, and the answers I could find was Black Mage is in a really bad spot in those ultimates, so play Summoner. And if the advice you find when you actually try to seek it out is that, that's not a good sign for Black Mage. Also, hey Callan, hope you're doing well. Mia says, Machinist, my beloved, why aren't you playing more? Actually, Machinist, Paladin, and to some degree Red Mage, all three of them had a very damaging reputation, early in Endwalker. Actually, early to mid Endwalker, because of Paladin at the very start, where they were like 10% damage behind all the other tanks. And Machinist and Red Mage, and also Paladin, got hurt by P8S because they didn't do enough damage to beat it world first. And that's just like, I'm going to get back to dungeon spamming in a moment, but I just want to like highlight this is something that is often left out of the discussion when people are like, oh yeah, P8S was totally overtuned and these jobs couldn't even beat it, so it was so unfair, and then it got nerfed, right? the problem wasn't with the jobs not being able to beat them. The reason it got nerfed was, of course, because the developers realized that they had overtuned it. Like, they had overtuned it based on their plans. Like, they thought that the amount they had set it to was fine, but it wasn't. But if they hadn't nerfed it, then the players would eventually, over time, accumulate enough gear that they would be able to overcome this damage they were missing. Like, remember, when you're doing it world first, you're doing the final boss of a raid tier in a mishmash of pentamelted crafted gear, some weekly tombstone gear you managed to scrounge up, and then making the most of the drops you got. But you're not best in slot geared. Not even close. So if you just gave it enough time, it would be fine. The only problem there was really with P8S was that people wanted to clear it week 1 and couldn't wait until later. Like, that's really the problem. And this caused problems more so due to community perception, that the community saw these jobs are too weak to beat it week 1, hence they are bad. Hey Derby, hope you're doing well. How goes the leveling? Well, we've gotten 5 levels so far. We got a little bit on our detour discussing job balance. And yeah, exactly, Ham. Paladins getting kicked from groups because they weren't good enough and things like that. Yeah, ultimately, the problem with logs, like FF logs, is not so much the logs themselves. The problem is that a lot of players use the logs for things they're not supposed to, and they don't understand them, so they use them wrong. Perfect, Derby. That was actually perfect. That was exactly what I wanted you to do. And that was the entire point of this entire conversation is don't write off a job because FF log says it's bad, because it's not. It's fine. Precisely, Xanadus. The problem is that people use the data to, as you said, back up the, like, to make the wrong argument that to some capacity the data might not even be able to prove in the first place. It is, in my opinion, I found it more interesting to look, so back when I played WoW, I was more interested in simulation craft data, because there they made like a ranking as well with the same kind of bars and everything, but the key difference here is that their bars were simulated. Like, they just took every single specialization, every single combination of things you could possibly be interested in, like took the best ones and everything in the best, like hypothetically the best gear and stats and all that, and said, okay, what if we had a boss with no mechanics whatsoever and just put this simulation to work for like 10 minutes, just doing the rotation perfectly? Who would do the most damage? That's a lot more useful, because what that tells you is, well, this specialization can do the most damage. We know so because we calculated it. Like, we know exactly how much damage you can do, and this is the best one. And I remember specifically the funniest instance of this was late Mr. Pandaria. The best specializations in the game, hypothetically on paper, was Demonology Warlock and Feral Druid, the 2 hardest specializations in the game, and they were bottom feeder DPS if you've messed it up. Like, if you did it wrong, they were garbage. If you did it perfectly, well, then they were the best. The reason why this was funny was because the alternative options for both of them, Balance Druids and Destruction Warlocks, were some of the easiest specializations in the game. And Destruction Warlock was like 2 notches below Feral Druid. Like, it was like the 4th best specialization at that specific time. I can't remember where Balance Druid was, but I do believe it was fine enough that, generally speaking, people recommended you play that instead of Feral Druid, because then you wouldn't fail it. The reason why that is more interesting data is because you don't, like, you're not dealing with this, like, statistics problem that Chunky Bits mentioned. You have as much data as you could ever want. You can simulate anything you want and figure out what is best for that specific situation. Which makes the data a lot more helpful and useful. But it's not the same as this. Like, if you use logs to make this kind of conclusion of WoW, you'll get to the same kind of problems. What are these words he's speaking? Long story short, just for anyone who didn't play World of Warcraft, each class in World of Warcraft had, like, or has, I should say, 2 to 4 different specializations. So, like, imagine you could be a... Just to take a Final Fantasy example, imagine instead of being just Black Mage, you could be a Frost specialized Black Mage, or a Fire specialized Black Mage, or a Thunder specialized Black Mage that then had completely different unique rotations based on this specialization, with some sort of, like, overarching, like, a few things they had in common, like certain utility tools and things like that. And for example, a Feral Druid would turn into a cat, and they were very focused on bleeds and dot snapshotting, which is incredibly hard. Like, if you're trying to make it, if you're trying to make, if you're actually actively focused on dot snapshotting and it actually matters, and it did then it's very hard. But if you're just, you know, you just have to reapply your 45-second long dots during raid buffs, it's way easier. And Demonology Warlocks have something similar, with a incredibly complicated resource management problem. Meanwhile, I think the difficulty of Destruction Warlock, just by comparison, I played some Destruction Warlock back then, and I'm willing to say it might actually rival Summoner these days in complexity. It was not the hardest thing. And just think about that, because the reason why this kind of stuff mattered is that in Final Fantasy XIV, you could just switch to a completely different job, right? You could just completely switch over if the jobs you have leveled are bad. You just level something else. In World of Warcraft, you would have to gear up again with a completely new character if you don't like any of the specializations you have access to, or the specializations you have access to are bad. Right? Like, if your options are bad, then your only option is to just deal with it or completely start over, essentially. Well, not completely, but you get my... I hope you get my meaning. You would have to make a new character. Vivi says... If this is, I don't think we talked about this, at least not today. But don't worry about it. Has the before top, did the buff debuff limit cause any issues, or was it only discovered then? I don't believe it had any problems in a, like, specifically a Savage Raid context, but maybe someone else can correct me if that is wrong. However, it used to be a problem in Eureka, I recall. Especially back in, like, Stormblood, where a lot more jobs had a lot more dots and things like that. It was not so much the buff limit on players that were causing problems. It was more the debuff limit on the enemies. Because they could have, I think, like 20 dots or debuffs. So in Eureka, you would sometimes have a fate with like 40 plus players present. And each summoner would apply 3 debuffs to the boss. And each healer, unless it was an astrologian, would apply 2 dots to the boss. And some other jobs would also apply some dots. But just like consider that if you had like 10 summoners and 5 healers like white mages or scholars in the area, then you would already have like 40 debuffs that you needed to apply, and there wouldn't be space for everyone. So it wasn't like, so it was like not always the smartest move to play something like Summoner in Eureka, simply because your dots wouldn't connect. I remember like when I was in Eureka as Paladin back then, I would just not bother using Goring Blade because it just wouldn't connect. But it's not like it was like, as I said, it wasn't a major issue. It mostly just meant that the mobs would live a little bit longer, I guess. That's fair, Emir. And that's the thing, really, is that much of the stuff that I'm talking about is like things that I learned by playing the game, but you don't have to play it. But it is sometimes interesting to compare, because sometimes the things that Final Fantasy XIV players like wishfully think about is something where I'm like, no, that didn't work in the other game. So why would it work here? Huh, that is quite interesting, Orkney. Let's just... I think it's easier to just kill these. Because we won't get to cleave them anyway. Or maybe Gazel really wants to. Gazel really wants to. If you ever needed a demonstration of how massive the range of standard finishes buff application is, there you go. That is interesting. Ogni says, I sometimes, but very, very, very rarely, don't get my Fan Dance 4 buff in the even minute burst during Savage Raids. That is quite interesting. There's a few ways that this could be resolved, of course. And I have a feeling I know which one will be the solution. There are more than one way to fix it. Like, the obvious solution to this buff-debuff limit is just have, like, just remove the limit, right? Like, that's, like, I know absolute galaxy brain over here. Just don't have a limit. But, as I said, the dot limit, or debuff limit on enemies... I said in Stormblood it was a problem. I don't know if it's a problem in Endwalker, because so many jobs have lost their dots and debuffs they apply to enemies, so there isn't that many to apply to enemies. So the easier, I would say almost easier solution to the buff-debuff limit problem is, what if there just was less? QNK says, hi, I was told I should become a battle mentor. Should I be offended? I think that requires some context. That can both be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on the intention of the speaker. Some people that say you should become a battle mentor would say it because they think that all mentors are bad. Which is, of course, ridiculous. But if you were talking with a genuinely well-meaning person, then what they meant is probably that you could teach players a lot. In which case you shouldn't be offended. So what you can do is you can choose to be offended, and then the person who tried to offend you wins. Or you can choose to not be offended and take their suggestion as a compliment, and if they were trying to offend you, then their insult loses all of its weight because you decided that it is actually a compliment. Outsmart them. Don't matter if they were trying to offend you. Depending on the intention of the speaker.
Such devastation. This was not my intention.
Or was it? Nice one, Derby. Nice. QNK says, I complained about the first really bad experience I had in leveling roulette. I had basically mentor experience as Sprout. They didn't intend to offend, probably. Just sounded like one. In that case, I'm assuming what they were trying to say is that you handled that situation really well, so you should become a mentor. It is a pretty funny, weird situation with mentor in Final Fantasy XIV, because it's so classic that people say all mentors bad, but the reason that can happen is that a lot of the good mentors remove their crown because they can't deal with the thing. Like, some people are really mean about it. So they remove their crowns, so they don't have to deal with it. So people, so they're making a self-fulfilling prophecy. They stomp all the nice, good mentors into the ground, so they stop being a mentor, and then they go, where's all the good mentors? Right? Get what I mean? It's like, maybe focus on trying to be nice to the mentors that are actually trying. Hey Tay, hope you're doing well. Hey, two small upgrade. I thought it was just going to be one. Right then. More Malika as well. Wouldn't every upgrade be a small upgrade for Smol Kai? That is a good point. I also think, like, in my experience, I hear a lot of stories of bad experiences as like from mentors that like people have been incredibly mean, but I haven't actually had that happen or seen that happen myself, which is really strange. That doesn't mean that I'm saying that it's not real. It just means that I don't understand how it happens. But it is concerning and not helpful that that people are mean to the mentors who are trying, right? Yarp says because the stories are about the US data centers. Oh, I have suggested that could be the case before, but I don't have any I don't have any, or at least I don't have even close to enough evidence to suggest that is absolutely certainly true. And I wouldn't want like, the thing is, if I discovered like actually evidence that you get people are super mean to mentors, specifically in the NA data center, sharing that information probably wouldn't help. It wouldn't make the people who are the bad guys causing the problems, they wouldn't change. But the the people who were aspiring to become mentors on NA data centers would be even less incentivized to do so. So it wouldn't help. Oh, that's a long duty to solo, Zekrom. Yeah, Kylan, that one is a classic. It makes no sense. I actually saw pretty good I've seen some pretty good arguments for this kind of discussion, that people go, you're a mentor, shouldn't you know this fight in and out? This relates very well to the video I put out about PayPal Legends, which isn't even about PayPal Legends, but rather about something completely different, right? Just because you are good at the game doesn't mean you're good at everything in the game. You can have a legend title, but have no idea how to play a healer. And for some reason, people do the same thing with the legend title sometimes. You have a legend title, shouldn't you know this fight through and through? Like, no, I haven't done this fight before. Hey Bondi, hope you're doing well. Ultimate roulette that instantly level caps what you queue on. Like, if you beat the boss in the random roulette with random strangers, it just maxes out your job because, well, you clearly know what you're doing. That would be very strange. Another example that I thought that was really interesting was that for some reason, when people go this thing, oh, you have a mentor crown, oh, you have an ultimate, like you have a legend title, you have gear from this raid, shouldn't you know this this particular unrelated fight through and through, just from off the top of your head? The interesting thing that people have a tendency to forget in that kind of context is that maybe you got that legend title 2 years ago. Maybe you're a returning player. You just, like, the icon disappeared recently. Maybe you haven't done an ultimate in over a year. You haven't, like, kept your skills sharp. Like, just because you watched a guide this one time doesn't mean that all of the knowledge sticks forever. And, okay, fair. I know some people will say, oh, well, actually, I can remember it forever. Okay, congratulations. Some people have really, really strong memories, but that's the exception, not the rule. Also that, QNK, sometimes things are so brain dead you never learned the mechanic. Sometimes you got carried incidentally. Sometimes you just didn't wipe. Sometimes you just didn't wipe. So even though you failed the mechanic completely and had no idea what was going on, you cleared it. You haven't had that encounter since, so you never, like, had to deal with it again. Or you did it unsynced. That's also a possibility. That is actually a pretty funny one. That is a pretty funny one. I believe Viek, who sometimes posts solo clears that we review on the tea times. Viek did most of their gameplay through unsynced, as far as I understand. Like, they did that a lot, which means that they have experiences like having most jobs at level 9, like a lot of jobs at level 90, but don't know how Sunken Temple of Khan works, necessarily. It's just a random example, right? And that's not to say anything bad about Viek. But it's an interesting example of how a player that is actually good can be like, well, I have no idea about this particular dungeon that I've never done. Like, I never did it, so I don't know. Hey, Iron Reaver. Hope you're doing well. Bondi says you make me realize my Ukop clear turns 6 soon. That's been a while. So many people die to Doom in World of Darkness. That is also a good example, and that is another case of if not enough people die to it, and enough is enough to make the group wipe. If not enough people die to it, then you will not wipe, and if you don't wipe, then there's there's nothing that forces you to reevaluate if what you're doing is right or wrong. Nanadus mentions a lot of mentors unsync a lot of the extreme content. That is also true. And I will actually say that is also a common one that comes up when people go, mentors should know all content. Is that, well, if you're in the mentor roulette, then surely you're prepared for whatever it throws you into, right? Like, that is, as far as I know, a pretty common argument that, well, surely you've prepared for what you're queuing into. Forgetting the part where, you know, mentor roulette has over 100 things. Like, you can't prepare for all of them. Bondi says 99.9% of mentors will not know how to do the doors mechanic in the dungeon Diablos encounter. You know what? That is actually a good point. But you know what's even worse about it? You can fail that mechanic and not wipe. So that's the reason, probably. But that is probably also what you were trying to convey. Oh yeah, the Hawk Manor hard wipes because you somehow beat a DPS check that you shouldn't beat, technically. If you fail the door thing, Bondi, you take a immense amount of debuffs that will make the rest of the fight really, really hard and very painful. But you don't die. Not anymore. There was a time you did. Which ones are you talking about, Vivi? The stack that stack IP, or is it LP stacks? But the thing is that the entire point is that you might not... Oh, light party stacks. Right. That makes perfect sense. Sorry. But the thing is that... Last I checked... Like, if the argument... Like, the specific argument that I think is the funniest one is people going, well, you queued for mental roulette, hence you should know all of the encounters that you queued for because you signed up for it, right? But there's a lot of players that queue for, like, trial roulette, and then they land in some random trial that they have no idea how to do. Weird how that works, right? Because if the argument is, if you're queuing for mental roulette, you should know all of the things you signed up for, then that same argument goes both ways. You queued for trial roulette, so you should know every trial roulette under the sun. That you could, like, every trial you could get in that roulette. You should know that, because you signed up for it. The only reason why that tends to be less consistently popping up is because you don't get an extreme trial where you wipe on it at nearly as much. Mondi says, do you know how many people do you think know you can turn off the lightning ambient damage in Behemoth in Crystal Tower? I didn't actually know that. I've never seen it happen. It has also never been needed. But I had a suspicion that those towers over on the sides and the bombs running around and all that had, like, a purpose. But people just ignore all of it. But that is exactly it. For example, I mentioned this earlier when we got World of Darkness in Alliance Raid. I learned that... I learned specifically that... what the hourglasses do on the evil eye boss when it was ignored. Like, I was attacking them, but clearly one person wasn't enough at that specific time. I learned that it mattered when half of the raid got killed instantly. Like, oh, that's what they do. I learned how the level, is it 150 Doom works when I saw the correct number, or the exactly incorrect number of people stand in it and then consequently die from it. And this actually circles back to what I was saying before, that it's really hard to learn a fight if you don't wipe on it. Then like you'll just like limp through it and clear it. Bondi says, when the first Alliance raid ever came out, it was normal that it was 2 tank, 2 healer. It was 2 tank, 2 healer, 40 PS, full party, and I do remember someone else had mentioned that. And you'd put the off tanks on the towers, and they'd just sit there and turn it off. Wow, that sounds boring. What is my purpose? You turn off the lightning towers. Oh my god. And exactly as Xanadu says, because you can beat the the trials, the extreme trials that are required to unlock mental roulette, because you can you can do that unsynced. Many of the extreme trials you'll ever see, you haven't done properly as a mentor. Like you've had no reason to. And there's also some argument to be made here that just because you could hypothetically end up in an extreme ruby weapon trial in mental roulette, the probability of that happening, going out on a limb here, I think it's very small. Like, incredibly small. Because, like, right now, the highest level content that a free trial player can have is level 70 content. And the argument for extreme trials in this particular regard is that free trial players are almost, like, at the mercy of queuing. I think it's something like they can join party finder groups or something weird like that, but they can't make them. So they would have to just wait for someone to make the party finder group for them so that they could join. And that's not happening. So they will just queue for it, right? Thank you, Jeff. And once you are not in the free trial anymore, then the real, like, the main argument for, like, queuing for an extreme is mainly that you don't know better. But the probability of you having queued successfully for an extreme trial and not been told that you really should be doing that in Party Finder is minimal, I'm pretty sure. Like, based on what I've heard of stories, right? It feels like it's almost like the gold standard that some mentor is going to say it when they get an extreme trial. QNK says, trial players need others to initiate. I just ask in novice network. That is a weird kind of punishment, Ham. No one bothered to be smart about the placement of the comets on Behemoth, so everyone dies. Mondi says, this was the era of taking 3 bards into the coils as well. Why? Why? Was it because Bard was busted strong, or was it because for some reason you needed all that? Okay, Bard was good. Fair enough. See, that also makes sense. So kind of makes sense. Nowadays, one of the reasons why you want a balanced party for like raids and stuff is the party bonus. By simply having one representative from each of the 5 roles here, you just have 5% more of your primary stat and also HP, basically. And this wasn't always like this. Back in the... I think it was removed with Shadow... It was reworked to this in Shadowbringers, but before this, it was very different. It was each role represented a specific stat. So tanks gave more vitality. I believe they gave 3% per role. So it was tanks gave 3% more vitality, healers gave 3% more mind, melee DPS gave 3% more strength. I guess ninja gave 3% more dexterity instead. Physical range gave 3% dexterity, and mages gave 3% more int. Now the key here is that if you just had a huge amount of ranged physical jobs, then they use dex. If you just bring 1 melee DPS, then you have the strength that the tanks and the melee DPS needs. And the dex is the one that the physical range needs. And so as far as I remember, Dragoon had... So Disembowel on Dragoon used to increase piercing damage done to the target. And Bards and Dragoons did piercing damage. Machinists also did piercing damage, but you have to keep in mind that Machinists and Bards did not have a way to apply this debuff, so they needed a Dragoon. Vivi says, here's the dividing question. Should Sprouts queue Extreme with some knowledge of the fight? I've seen some arguments lately in chat over it. My opinion on that is that I think it would be nice if they, like, you know, read a little bit on the fight so they know what they're getting into. But each Sprout has to have their first Extreme to realize that, oh, this is really hard. The reason why I think that it makes sense that they've like prepared themselves a bit is because everyone else in the group is technically expected to have prepared, because it's not a blind group, right? Like if you want to do the extremes blind, then you should make a party finder group for it. And then you might say, but what if I'm on free trial? Then you have to buy the game. Like, that's how I feel about that. Alternatively, ask a mentor to host a group for you that is blind. That is what I think that would be best to do it. But the reason why I think you should come prepared is because if I said no, there are extremes that you can't beat with no prep. I believe Ramu Extreme is one where if the tanks don't know what they're doing, then you can't beat it, or something to that effect. But if I said, oh, well, if you're a tank, you should prepare yourself, that would be unfair, right? Michael says, wait, there's a party bonus? Yep. Was there ever an in-game tutorial for it? Nope. It's just there. You'll notice when you join party with anyone that you get a slight stat boost if you're in the same area as them. This is actually extra interesting because you get no party bonus if you're alone, but even if you're all the same role, you will at least get 1%. Because you will at least have one role represented, which gives plus 1%. Which means being alone is worse than being 2 players in any situation. You become stronger by bringing at least one other player, regardless of what you are. My first experience of an ultimate was, or not an ultimate, sorry, an extreme, my bad, you'll understand the mix-up. My first experience of an extreme was Ultimus Bane. And what I experienced there was, wow, this is really hard. I played Paladin, a mechanic that you're not supposed to use Hallowed Ground for, apparently, killed me. And I was like, oh, I didn't know there were any mechanics that could hit through invulnerability. But I didn't know there was any need to read up on it. I think we did like 3 or 4 attempts, and then we all collectively decided that this was too hard. I'm pretty sure there were no mentors in the group by that, because no one brought it up. That, why are you queuing for this? At least as far as I remember. Bondi says, casters only brought int in the party bonus, which only buffed themselves, which is why casters ended up outside of the meta comp in every expansion before Shadowbringers. Wouldn't the int help the healers back when they had cleric stats? Not that it really mattered. But wouldn't it? Since int increased your attack magic potency, and I believe cleric stance, yeah, exactly, Bondi says that it did, but it wasn't worth it. I'm guessing the reason was that, I can't remember exactly how cleric stance worked, but I believe it was like, the healing magic potency from your mind is made, like some portion of it is made into attack magic potency, which means you still had basically no intelligence, which means getting 3% more intelligence. It was a hard swap. Well, wouldn't that still mean that you would get 3% more? Wouldn't it stack with the swap? Prostrate being a percent heal. Wow. Things were so different. But yeah, that does make sense. And this is exactly the the primary problem with the old party bonus, is that nowadays your your incentive to bring every roll is, well, everyone gets 1% stronger for each roll represented, right? So it takes like all mages, so Summoner, Black Mage, and Red Mage would have to be extremely bad. Extremely bad for the optimal composition to not have a mage. Because just having the mage makes the 7 other players in the group 1% better. Approximately 1% better, because it goes from 4% to 5%. Hey, Happy Ginger! Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the party bonus is a mechanic that I'm pretty sure the game never explains. It's just there. It's just quietly there and doesn't explain itself. The only way you would be made aware of its presence while you're like playing the game without looking it up would just be someone joins your group and your HP increases. Like, that's the typical way you notice it. Yeah, Q and K is that a short explanation is enough in my experience, at least, if it is not mine. So what do you do if you queue for an extreme and you get 7 other sprouts? Or you get only mentors that aren't quite sure what the strategy is either. So the reason why a mentor can have a hard time being prepared for a specific extreme is they click the lottery and they can get anything. They could get anything. When they're in the dungeon, if there's a problem or they have no idea what they're doing, they can, go, can I just check something real quick? Like, just check the overall strat. They might have a few ideas of what's happening, right? But if you specifically queued for a specific extreme, you know what you're getting at the very least. So you could prepare a little bit. I'm not saying, oh, you have to know the fight front to back, but, you know, you could, like, take a glance at a guide, see what seems important and things like that. I think that would be reasonable, mainly because, you know, there are other people here. You load into to Mog Extreme and have an awakening. Also, that Ham has another good one. Well, another indicator that the party bonus exists is that weird heal from the fairy from the Scholar Fairy when everyone's in safety. Right, so QNK, if you're making a party finder group and you're going, we're killing this boss, right? Like, we're killing this extreme, but you're explicitly not putting blind or you don't need to watch a guide or anything in the description, then it is sort of assumed or implied that you're not prepared, I would say. Because we have this term, you know, blind runs. So if you're going into party finder, if you make a party finder group, and you say that your group is blind, then it would actually be rude for someone to join who knows the fight. And if they do join, it would be the right thing for them to ask if it is okay that they tag along, even though they actually know the fight, because the rest of the group specifically wanted to figure it out. The reason why that can be a problem and why it matters is if you're trying to try something like learn it yourself, even if that player who isn't blind doesn't say a word, they might move the correct way, right? They'll do the correct thing in any given moment, which then spoils the solution to certain mechanics, hypothetically. I'm not saying that every single person who wants a blind run cares that much about everything being completely pure, but if you specifically ask for a blind run, the only way to get a blind run is if you have a full group of people that have never seen the fight before. But if you're queuing for something, and you know that it's hard, and this is the key here, this is the particular key to this particular that makes this different. If you know you're queuing for something that is really hard, you should probably like look it up. Just be slightly prepared. I'm not saying that you have to watch a guide from start to finish and understand and remember every single detail. I'm just saying, you know, take a little glance so you have an idea of what's going to happen, so you're not completely dumbfounded when you see the boss. But I think what happens for a lot of sprouts is that they have that first extreme experience. Like, you need to have that first extreme experience to understand what you're going into, right? As far as, like, if I went through the entire game, which I did, like, I'm pretty sure I was level 70 in Stormblood when I went into Ultima's Bane and was shocked by how difficult it was. I was just, you know, smashing out quests. And it didn't occur to me that I could do it unsynced. That wasn't really a consideration. I didn't need that before. But I learned, okay, maybe don't queue for the hard duties like that, like the extreme ones. Maybe those are not intended for queuing, even though I could. But you need to have that experience to know that it's a bad idea to just blindly queue into that, right? You have to make that choice once. And that's not to say that, oh, you queue for extreme once and now you know to not queue extreme. It's more, now you've queued in for extreme once, now you know what you're getting into. Hopefully. Cat Damon says, I joined the Storm's Crown Extreme blind group, and it ended when 2 people left because people didn't know any mechanics. Oh yeah, that's a classic. Did you notice that when you join a party finder group, nowadays, when you join a party finder group, it actually prints the group description, like the comment, in your chat log when you join? My guess as to why this was added is because it's a common problem that people see, oh, that's the duty that I want to do, join, and then they don't actually read what the comment said. The most classic one is you join a group that says Ramu Extreme synced blind proc or whatever. You get your full group. It took an eternity for some reason. You finally have your full group. And you queue, or you enter the dungeon, or the trial, and the instant it pops up, someone in the group is like, why is it synced? Gee, I don't know, man. Did you read the comment? It's like, it's classic, that one. And I don't know what you can do about it. You write it in the comment. It says so in their party chat now, or in their chat log when they join. Do you have to say it every time someone joins your group? Hey, welcome. You know it's a synced group, right? Hey, welcome. You know it's a synced group, right? So there's not so much you can do. Jeff says, I think they should take extremes out of mental roulette and make an extreme roulette. I queue that every day. I agree. And that would probably be a better solution. That would probably be a better solution. I don't understand why they just haven't have the extreme trials in the mental roulette. In fact, I wonder if people would if they made an extreme roulette. That might be interesting for some people. How about a savage roulette? Actually, Bondi said it themselves. An ultimate roulette. Although that might have to have, the reward for the ultimate roulette would probably be totally unbalanced, completely off the charts, insane, to make it worth your time. And that's also true, Q&K. How, what content serves as the stepping stone from normal content to extreme content? And then, I believe some people might say that extreme and savage are too far apart as well. And if that's the case, what should you do to prepare for savage content once you've done extremes? Hard content. Like what? They could add the coils to raid roulette as a test. I think that is a bad idea. Oh man. But Ymir, Ifrit Hard is basically casual content, isn't it? Like normal content difficulty. The reason why I think it would be a bad idea to add coils to raid roulette is, first of all, because some of the coils are a lot harder than the rest. But second of all, because even if they weren't, some of the coil encounters are really long for some reason. And, I mean, we already have A2, right? But one of the problems with Alliance Raid Roulette, which is still a problem to some players, is that there is this massive time difference between the different encounters you can get. Like, the time it takes to do Circus Tower is way less than the time it takes to do Tower at Paradigm's Breach, for example. If you added coils to raid roulette, like normal raid roulette, you would have both that problem and also the problem that sometimes you would land in a raid you couldn't beat. And you wouldn't want that. Like, that is actually that is the core biggest problem I think a lot of people have with mentor roulette. Those that do mentor roulette. I don't think it's so much that the extremes are there. It's more that, that if you fail, no reward, right? So there's like a random chance that your roulette just goes and you get nothing. You just get the, like, wasted time, essentially. Yeah, A2 is I believe it's arm of the father? Cuff of the father. The one where there's the bombs, the little robot you can use to drag the bombs around, and it just sends wave after wave after wave of mobs at you. You'd think that the boss would actually be Zap Brannigan at the end, but it isn't. There is no boss. It's just trash. BB says, I've had so many 0 minutes elapsed tower fills. People just drop instantly to avoid the time sink. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Zap Brannigan, I believe, is from Futurama. It's a terrible captain who fights battles by sending, for example, wave after wave of soldiers until the enemy loses. The Imperial Guard. Ah, yes. The other kind of Zap Brannigan. Maybe that's where he learned it. But that is also true, QNK, that Coils has a lot of weird, like, dated features, mechanics, content that kind of have just been allowed to be because you have to actively sign up to do it. Like, if Coils were in the normal raid roulette, I could imagine that they would have found it necessary to, like, go back and adjust the difficulty of things and change some fights. You know, the ones where you just have a long way to the boss. Just remove the part leading up to the boss and just go, boss, there you go. But I think the reason why the coils can be like that is specifically because you will never get the coils without specifically choosing to get coils. It's also like an extended MSQ roulette. Yeah, in a way, it can be like a little long, but not in any way near the same capacity as the MSQ roulette. Exactly, Bundy, and that's also what I mean by they would probably have to adjust the difficulty. The fights that are too hard, they would have to nerf them to make sure that it would match the difficulty of normal raid roulette. The fights that are weirdly long, they would have to, like, maybe reel them in a bit. Not to say, like, a normal raid encounter can be over 10 minutes, but it's mainly those that are, like, weirdly artificially long. What is Savage Coils? Well, Smol Caetsu doesn't have it unlocked, but I do believe that the reason why there's Savage Coils is because some parts of Coils of Bahamut is Savage. And, like, just by default. And then there's some parts where they were like, maybe we should make an easier version. I'm guessing. Not that it helped much. As far as I know, the second coils are still hard on normal. But you can actually see the evolution of normal raids from coils on the way up to, like, I would say Omega. That in coils, many of the fights were like, there was this whole like trash part, like a whole bunch of stuff you had to make your way through the dungeon, you could say, and then reach the boss. And that has been like then shortened and shortened, and in Alexander there's like a trash pack of some sort, a door boss, you could say, and then the boss. And sometimes there was no door boss. And then you get to Omega, and if there was a door boss, you did it in a solo duty. Like, if there was any need for an explanation why there's no trash leading up to this fight, then it's because you did it in a solo duty. No need to do it again. And then they have since then gone, well, now the door boss is the first phase of the final boss. I also did coils unsynced. VP says, I find it interesting how a couple Alexander Savages skipped forward to start just before fights as a precursor for Stormblood and on. Do they? Well, it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. But yeah, as others mentioned, the coils had like played around with a lot of weird mechanics and things that we just don't really see now. All sorts of things. And if that was put next to the other normal raids, like, yes, I will say Alexander and even to some degree Omega has some weird mechanics sometimes, but it's nowhere near the same amount as coils have, where it's like weird and stuff you've never seen before. Bondi says, watch a guide for Avatar Savage and experience how that compares to like the tree from last year. I think a pretty common a way to see that the game is getting harder, despite people sometimes saying, and yes, genuinely, that some people say that the game is getting easier and easier to accommodate the casuals. As I mentioned on a recent stream, the Ant boss in Lunar Subterrane, the newest expert roulette dungeon, has this mechanic where it has half of the room, well, two rows of the room push you in one direction and two other rows pushing in the other direction, while it dashes around the room to cause pillars to drop to do like a line AoE on the other, like on the columns across, you could say. In St. Mokianis Arboretum Heart from Stormblood, so 2 expansions prior, the second boss has a mechanic where it makes 2 rows push you in one direction and 2 rows push you in the other direction, and it pushes you the exact same amount. There's a length on the edge of the arena that puts a mean dot on you if you touch it, and instead of pillars there's golems on the edge that do a line AoE across when the pushes end. But there's not a boss dashing around the arena preempting that. It just does apply, like makes the lines that will push you, summons the golems, and then it happens. So, like, that's the same set of mechanics, but in Endwalker, in the end of Endwalker even, they felt like they had, like, when they repeated the mechanic, it goes faster, and there's more to it. And the boss follows up with the next mechanic faster, and things like that. Like, they have built on things, it's just that in Stormblood, we had less tools, like the jobs were weaker by comparison, you could say, and players might have been worse by comparison. Like, there's a lot of things that means that there's a good reason why it is okay that the fight is harder now, right? And exactly as Ymir says, the game isn't getting easier, it's just that we're getting better and there's less jank. Bosses are better at explaining what they're going to do, so you don't sit there confused, not understanding what they're doing, because they explained it easily and clearly, or at least more easily and more clearly than they used to, for example. With that said, maybe we should figure out a place to take a picture for the next stream. Actually, I have the perfect idea. Because next stream we will actually be able to do the role quest line. Smol Caetsu should become level 80 in the next stream, yes. Look, it's grandson. The difficult part about being absolutely sure about that statement, Bondi, that Heavensward jobs were the most complex MMO classes in like any mainstream MMO ever, is that you've grown almost 9 years since Heavensward, both in experience and age, for that matter. So thinking back, what you might remember best is how hard it was, but not exactly why. You might have been way worse at Final Fantasy XIV 8 to 9 years ago, which made it all feel harder. Like, this isn't uncommon. Like, I've talked about this before. When vanilla came, vanilla World of Warcraft was a thing, people were like, oh no, Cthulhu is mathematically impossible, until the opposite was proven true, right? Molten Core required 40 players, right? But you could beat it with 25. Cthulhu is like, it's like a old god boss. It looks like an eye. It's if you want to look it up, I wrote it in game for you, Ymir. But people beat Molten Core week 1 when Classic WoW came out. Like, what we thought was hard back then is WoMAO easy mode now, right? If we are given the exact same tools and like 15 years of knowledge plus, now it's not hard. So maybe if we had Heavensward Classic, people would be like, oh, this isn't that hard. This isn't that hard. The classes are just, like, the jobs are just weird. The mechanics are just weird, but it isn't that hard. I don't know, because I wasn't there, of course. But you were, Bundy. Bowmage. Because like, that's the problem with these kinds of like nostalgic things, is that looking back, it would be harder. Bondi says, I find it hard to imagine that a Scholar main would find the 5-dot stance Scholar equally easy as Broil spam Scholar. That may be. It's the combined experience, right? Right, those that are in the picture, if you want to have it, I see you have already done an emote, some of you. If you want to do a specific emote, do it, and then do an expression if you want an expression. If you don't want an emote or anything, and you want specifically your idle pose, make sure you sit down and stand back up to reset. And I agree with that, Morpher. I don't think we're getting Heavensward Classic, which of course also puts me in an extremely convenient position when I'm arguing that if only we had Heavensward Classic, we would know whether Bondi or I would be right in terms of this difficulty discussion. But to me, the point isn't Heavensward was easy, it's more that I think it's a little unfair to compare what you know to like Endwalker raids today with today's skill and experience, your skill and experience, with Heavensward, with your Heavensward skill and experience. Because the problem here is that if you're saying, like, if you're suggesting Heavensward was harder, then just to be clear for anyone who's a little bit out of the loop here, Heavensward Savage now isn't Heavensward Savage, right? The Heavensward Alexander raids and all that wouldn't be the same because jobs have been changed, mechanics have been changed, everything is different. It's way easier now, right? That makes sense. But if you went back to Heavensward like time, max level 60, the jobs worked like they worked then. Then it would mean that the content would be harder by comparison. But the question is whether the jobs were hard because the players were bad or inexperienced or didn't understand these or didn't know these tricks. Like, who knows? There's a possibility, and yes, a very real possibility that you might not actually want 5 dots in Heavensward, but no one actually understood how to calculate that as a for a scholar, so no one bothered, or there's some other key thing that was overlooked completely, that then led. So, for that reason, it's really hard to know whether what we remember from 8 years ago is true, or it was us who were the baddies. No, it's fine, goddammit. I feel like this really nails it. This over here. But yeah, sure, exactly, Bondi. But it's the same as when people were talking about, oh, vanilla World of Warcraft. Oh yeah, if you used AoE, you would like just wipe in dungeons because the tank couldn't hold aggro on anything, but like they had to sunder everything, wait for 3 sunders, then actual classic World of Warcraft comes out, and people are like, And just play Fury. Like, the thing is that there is a very real possibility that there's a lot of things that people just never explored that means that the game might actually have been not as hard as people thought, or maybe it just felt hard, or maybe it was more janky, or maybe it wasn't more janky, and we don't know. And it's really hard to know if it was harder or easier without trying it again, I feel, personally. And I say try it again. For me, it was try it the first time. But that's the reason why I'm saying I don't know if Heavensward was actually as hard as you suggest, Bundy. But it is a possibility. I'm just saying that there were some vanilla World of Warcraft raids that people were like, nothing will ever be as hard as that. And then it all gets ruffle-stomped in no time, right? So there's a possibility that there's something that we've overlooked. That's all I'm saying. Xanadu says guides weren't everywhere. Indeed, not only were guides not as easy to find because the game was newer and less popular, but like with Final Fantasy XIV in this case, if you look up things like console games wiki, which is like, it's mostly accurate, mostly. If you look it up from back then, like every page has something that wasn't actually correct. Every single one has just random stuff at times that isn't correct. And you can look it up because you can use the Wayback Machine. And when I say incorrect, I'm not saying, oh, the image isn't loading. I'm saying pages that is like, oh yeah, the cross-class action for this job is these things, but they weren't. Like, they just put some random stuff there. Hey, Sin. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, the sheer quantity of players we have now, the sheer resources we have now, means that it might be a lot easier to figure out all these things and figure out what is actually optimal if people care. This is actually a key thing, and this is actually something that I noticed recently, again in relation to World of Warcraft, is that because of all the different versions of World of Warcraft there are now, there are parts of, I believe, Season of Discovery, where there just isn't good information because there isn't enough people that are both playing it and care enough to make it, like, to really do their due diligence and research. Boxes. Maybe a wink. I like the smile. I didn't even notice we got that. But that is also an upgrade. And this is an upgrade. Let's just get this and this. Actually, I liked the Buster Sword style. So let's do that one. I was leveling. We got almost 6 levels. But maybe it'll go faster next time. Either because I don't talk as much, or maybe we just find a better way to do it or something. With that said, if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people in the chat in this stream, remember that there is a Discord Caemmunity server that you can join where you'll find most of these people, if not straight up all of them. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel this week or the next. I usually update it Sunday or Monday, so that would of course be tomorrow. You can also find the announcement room where you will find links to new videos, streams, whatever it is. It usually shows up there first. If you go to the role assignments room, you can also grab the reminder role, which gives you a little notification whenever I do like post a video, plan a stream, whatever it is. It also comes in a little extra notification around 15 minutes before I start a stream, so you don't miss a second. I also just want to add a little bonus here that tomorrow, like noon, bit before noon, we are doing a little mount farm in the free company, which I will be streaming, which is what we call mount farming with friends, which is something that has been away from the channel for a while. We will be doing some ruby weapon. If there is space in the party, there's of course people are welcome to join up, but I can't guarantee that there's a lot of space. So we will we'll just be doing that for a few hours. Not sure how long we'll go, but that will of course be me and some of the free company friends. Trying to be as funny as we can be while we get some big fat tacos. I'm pretty sure that's the mount, right, everyone? Just smile and nod. That's the mount from Ruby Weapon, a big fat taco. Yes, certainly. However, that's coming tomorrow. I'll probably put up a stream and everything when I'm actually awake tomorrow. But if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it on YouTube, because that tells YouTube that it was a very enjoyable stream and you would like other people to experience it as well. So that helps me very much. So thank you so much in advance. And I hope to see some of you for like the mount farming stream tomorrow. I know it's at a much different time than usual, but we have a very, very weird mix of people in the free company, so that is genuinely the only time that most of us can actually make it work. Or at least some can make it work, so we try to do it then. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. And with that, we just have to say good night to Smol Kai. Good night. Good night.